Hi. Oh, audio's working good. Excellent. Well, give me a second. Hey, everybody. Good afternoon. Sorry, we're starting minutes late here. You guys know the drill. Good evening, Jake and Charmer. Gavin, good seeing all of you. Yeah, YouTube is not cooperating with me. So I'm gonna have to rely on you guys if anything goes weird with the stream. The usual preview that we get. For some reason it's not working at the moment. So I'm buzz coming through, Jake? Is that what you're saying? How's it sound now? It sounds like I plugged in something. Yes, I did plug in something. On power so that it doesn't rain during the stream. Yeah, that buzzing thing with my lapel mic is problematic. So anyway, before we get carried off, welcome. There's intro. Welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Wakata, and for anyone who is either new to the channel or just watch randomly the replay, we are continuing with our endless saga of looking for posters and just general playing and enjoying ourselves. I was thinking today, because we've kind of gotten into a practice of doing one of each type of ship in each stream. That worked out pretty well.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
But I think I'm only going to break the mold a little bit today. Because, I mean, we joke about the endless search for posters, even though that is the only goal that we have left to do. But I kind of would like to look a little bit more for posters. And we're not going to find them in the small ships. Also, I feel like we don't get enough large ship time in just getting to do one javelin or one gecko on a given stream. But I think today we're going to skip the I think we're going to skip the mackerel. Might even skip the atlas. Yeah, I mean, technically in the red, but we know we're. I think we're going straight to big boys. Kind of watch our time through the night because obviously they take longer to do. But I want to do a little bit more actual looking for posters. And I just kind of want to do more of these larger shit. I love, especially my geckos. I enjoy the geckos so much. I get to do like one gecko every 2 weeks. And not even that, right? Because we haven't been streaming a whole lot. So I think that we're going to do probably at least a couple of geckos tonight. And one javelin, and just kind of see how the time plays out. Yeah, the Atlas does seem like it has a very, very limited crew spaces, not a lot of posters. That's correct, Cap. End up doing a salvage runner gecko. You'd love to see scrap for the reactor housing and stool pipe. Salvage runner follows the same. When it comes to the reactor housing, follows the same as most of the other geckos. It's the trash gazer, the stargazer, that has the alternate reactor configuration. We can certainly do a salvage runner, but when you're talking about alternate strategies for reactors, the stargazer is what I would consider, because it's the one that has the reactor on the side rather than at the back, and it's the only one where we don't disconnect the thrusters, but instead we disconnect coolant because of where the piping is running. So I think that's what we're going to start with, and there. Plus, I think the stargazer's pretty good. I hesitate to call it the trash gazer because, in early access, that's what we named it. There was always so much garbage floating around in it. And it seemed like after 1.0, they toned down the garbage. And I kind of feel a little bad about calling it trash gazer all the time. Like I'm hurting its feelings. But we'll give each one of them merit on its own. And if it's full of garbage, then it lives up to the name. External to pull off of it. Put on tethers. Yeah, you would think I'd be able to start on salvage firm with all that capital I've got. That's kind of what I was hoping for out of this storyline. Was that we would have, because we knew ahead of time that we were going to have our armadillo, yeah, that we can retire and leave the station. I was willing to see that we would have the option to instead spend, all this capital that we're making and maybe, buy the repair dock. Actually start our own, franchise of the Lynx Corps. Like how fast food restaurants do, right? They aren't truly independent. They are still beholden to the corporate for their supplies and their advertisements and all that other stuff. They're running their own business.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I would like to have seen that as an option. That's okay. You're making an investment, right? Actually, because the money in this game is never meant anything, which I'm fine with, because it stays true to the idea that the game is a puzzler, not anything else, and everything else is just storyline wrapped around that mechanic. Which they easily could have made this game without a storyline, and it still would have been fun. So I'm not mad that they didn't give us a use for the money. That it's kind of underscoring that the money really doesn't mean anything. We're not supposed to stress it. But it'd be nice to have unimportant things that we can spend the money on.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I know we normally take this out. I'm gonna, just in case we need to come back inside. That's our FPS.
Pressurizing.
Yeah, get your own repair dock for a low price of 1 trillion credits. Well, we still have, even though we own all of our tools, we do still have fees that we pay at the end of every shift. So that would be something, right? We would eliminate those fees by owning our own dock, and then there could be some like supplemental gains. We could have, you know, at the end of every shift, we could make money from renting out space to other cutters. All right. So we have a working regulator in middle of the ship and in the cockpit. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity to go out and come back in. Unless this right here is working. I already see torch marks inside of it. Not working. So the trash gauger is the only ship that has a dedicated atmospheric regulator in the outer hull. For anything that might cause us problems during a depressurization event.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
Any ambush items, so I think we're clear to just start pressurizing. So you can purchase your own mask and jacket and have it towed to different yards. Right, yeah, you're right, you'd have different backgrounds. Would be cool. Yeah, there's a lot of cool little things that would have been added that you wouldn't expect and are in no way a strike against the development that they haven't added. Because this is the first generation of the game. Little things like that we would hope to see in a part 2. Hopefully they're secretly working on and not telling anybody. I think we're going to depressurize midship. Get through the building. Get through the ship. For some reason, this gecko is full of posters for the Javelin. Got ship envy. All right, see, there's not nearly as much trash as there was before.
Air pressure level decreasing.
There's still a fair amount of trash floating around. But it used to be so bad they could barely get from one end of the ship or another. You were just swimming through garbage. Those sparks make me nervous. Alright. That should be the entire ship depressurized, or the airlock was repressurized.
Airlock depressurizing.
Alright, let's start carving. It's the aluminum on the bottom of the ship. I saw any on the top. eyes out for it. I think I see some in the back. There's the aluminum I was talking about. Oh, look at the front end going. Get up. It did. Nice. Oh, it's all one piece. Surgery.
Hey, Cutter. 5 minutes left in this shift.
5 minutes, DD.
All right.
I just started. Come on, keep rotating. So there we go. Needed to see just that thin one line of the top of it, so I knew that I was clearing the bar. Bye. Cockpit section.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Trying to get in there to get that, but the squeeze was just a little too tight. Get in there.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Little bump there. Okay.
Salvage accepted. Credits applied.
Really now? Alright.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Off the backboard. Kind of waiting for them to get out of the way so I can pull
Credits
this
deposited.
forward. Waiting longer though. And of course it's not gonna come. It was excited to come forward. We know that it's not attached to anything.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Got time for you.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Warning.
Fingers flying
Fuel
around.
levels are critical. Return to the master jack.
Yeah.
Purchase supplies.
Cutter pointing towards all the live pipes. We got a minute and a half left. I think our fuel's gonna hold out. Or wiggle it loose. might need to go in there and remove a couple of terminals.
All right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay? 1 minute left.
Remember, it's still there.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Getting that cockpit
Salvage accepted.
freed up before time runs
Credit
out.
applied.
Fly back in next shift. Whoop. Yeah, I didn't even remove it, I just tapped it. Cancel.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Don't know if I got credit for that one. 4 kilograms destroyed, 0%. We've lost $200. Nice. Nice. You know, Charmer, I wouldn't be surprised if someone came out with a mod that allowed us to change the background. I mean, I would assume that it would probably just reskin the Earth. Well, let's come up with, you know, apply a different texture to the planet. That'd be the easiest solution.
Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
Welcome to Venditron 9000.
What am I looking for? Fuel.
Thank you for your fuel.
It's funny that I
Have a nice day.
you know, because since they changed the order of those, you know, when it went to 1.0. You know what? I don't think I ever noticed the moon up there. I assume that was always there. I've never really taken the time to look at all of this. I don't remember having this much fidelity, seeing so much stuff in the background. I was too busy working. Obviously, I've seen that. Looked at the planet plenty. I genuinely don't remember ever looking up and staring at the moon.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Now I want to sit here and stare at the background. Okay.
Salvage deposit
Not paying me to
registered.
stare at the
Account credited.
skyline.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
Oh no, I lost the light. Ah.
Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
Fell down, lady. Yeah, if they reskinned it to Mars, I mean, I don't know what the orbital cycle is of the Deimos
Salvage
and
destroyed.
Phobos,
Please avoid damaging
moons of
valuables.
Mars. I mean, I think you get away with just getting that for one of them, and just say that we're in an orbit where we don't see the other one. I think that we would get away with that. Another. It's coming along behind it. Guess I didn't need to remove that. I'll go to the same place.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
I don't think this is going to be a very clean extraction. But, cockpit.
Deposit
Weird
accepted
angle.
for processing.
See how messy this gets. Flipping all around. Not bad, not bad. Where do you think you're going?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Closer.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits
I knew that was
transferred.
gonna happen, and I did it anyway. No, don't try to grab onto. This thing really like take a turn to dodge me. I don't trust you. I'm gonna watch you until you cross over. Yeah.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
That's a good one. Alright. Yeah, that was pretty clean. I mean, we had to chase one out, but that was alright. I knew it before I did it, but I just... Pump it. Where's this?
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Stuff on the back of that.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Alright. Go Sparky on me. Alright, that's good. I'm still always nervous when we remove those tables. More reliable than it was in early access, but it can still get a little loopy on us.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
No. No, no. None of that now.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Pew pew it, like, I don't want to run it into the spine. Pew, pew all day.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
More ladders in space.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Tether levels are low.
Not like an aluminum. Yeah, it goes all the way up to there. Not risk it. On both sides.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Pressurize. Ah, it's turned sideways. Turning. It thinks it's attached to nothing. It's a very dangerous cut. It's facing them. Yep.
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay? Deposit accepted. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
A little piece of panel that's floating out there. When you move, I know you're
Valuable
attached.
object accepted for processing.
Long. Move when you're changing my angle. Not moving. As far as we can, follow the angle.
Caution. Out of tethers.
Didn't know, I was about to tether this.
Raw material accepted.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
You know, part of buying our own franchise, we could potentially also be supplying like tethers and stuff to fellow cutters. Give me another, another income.
Applying credit to account. Object processed.
Every time we end a shift,
Transferring
instead of
credit.
having fees, we'd have
Salvage goal obtained. Additional
Credits.
rewards assigned.
I mean, there would still be fees, like maintenance fees, for maintaining the structure. But the credit income from new upcoming cutters that we're employing would far outweigh it.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Can't get in here, can we? Think so. Just while we're here. I almost hit it on 2. At that angle, it looked like that was the third light. But it's not. Now, just in case.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Not much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
You know, another thing they could have done, and I'm not saying they should have done, but could have done, is they could have charged us a recharging fee. Like, you know, 'cause every time we use the cutter, it expends energy. Presumably, we're recharging our tools when we're in the hab between shifts. And so, getting those sweet cuts where you cut multiple things in one shot would save you money and incentivize efficiency. Before time runs out. Cutting the unit. Oh, we lost an extra 46,000 because we only lost like 200 last time. Still not bad. We let a light get through. It says 5 here, but there was an actual light that got through. But all the other stuff is unavoidable.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx would like to share the following message. The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
Potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate. I need to look that up at some point to see what that actually is. Lights on the side, not. No, if that's actually, I think that might actually be one piece with the back. Awkward setup. And I don't think we can get this out of here. That's going to be in the way.
Valuable object. Credits awarded.
Don't go a little crazy on me. Then and cancel. All right. I want to get rid of that tether. Pull the whole thing back and up. That's going to be all one piece.
Processing object.
Make our way in here and lighten it up a little bit. Kind of miss how some of these things were more easy to destroy. You know, everything. Yeah, pretty much everything that you don't want to destroy is cut through a level 3 cut point now. You just have to pay more attention to getting those cut
Salvage
points.
secured. Account credit applied.
Sensitive equipment became a little less sensitive. Alright, so this is the trash cage, so we're not going to disconnect
Salvage accepted. Credit
the
applied.
thrusters the way we normally would. Want to pull this back instead of backing up because the bottom part. We're gonna leave the back alone because the reactor is over here.
Deposit accepted for processing.
We always do this just a little bit differently. Like we ever really settled on a best way of going about this. Do it in reverse order. So the question always comes down to whether or not we tilt the whole unit forward. The way I kind of like doing it, but it's problematic because it's attached to this whole thing, which means turning all of that. Sometimes that gets a little funny on us. Really need to get this out of the way. I feel like we're missing something. I think that was what we're missing right now. Yep, it's moving now. Try this. That's moving.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
really need to get rid of the top bar. We know, look at the bottom one out of the way. Game is.
Salvage goal
Alright.
reached.
It hiccuped a little
Reward
bit there.
assigned.
That always makes me nervous. About to say, we need to split here anyway because we're going to eventually split the entire ship in half. And this is typically the weak point where we cut it at.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
All that close enough. I really miss when we used to be able to use the bottom used to be concave and we could get up inside it and get this cut a lot more cleanly. Swing around into the reactor. Thank you.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Yeah, I'm putting off pulling the reactor. Like getting things out of the way just because stuff goes sideways on us. Need to get inside and clear that out.
Credits transferred.
Alright, here we go.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Oh. There we go, nice and clean.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Now the question is, did we make a mistake by not detaching the or cutting it all free? Yes, we did. That was the problem. Like I said, we always kind of went back and forth on which was a good way to do it. And now we can't detach these.
Cutter? Got about 5 minutes
We did
left.
something out of order, and I forgot about that before we got to that point. So this is going to be problematic.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
That's going to be a problem for next shift. Because there'll be an explosion involved in it, and I want to get things away.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I know we've gotten away in the past of doing that tilt without this being a problem. I think we have. Haven't. Maybe that was the reason why we stopped doing that strategy. This is what. Excuse me. This is what happens when you don't play for a while. Reinvent strategies. Oh, Jake, thanks for looking up the
Salvage
potassium.
deposit
I'm not going to
secured.
try to
Credits
recreate
awarded.
the name of it. Widely used as intermediate in medicine and chemical reagents. Good enough.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I'm going to focus on basic looting and just kind of ignore that we have a pending problem for us at the back of the ship.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Deal with it when we have to.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I was gonna say, I wonder if it's because we already pulled the fuses, but that's not it. I think it's just because we detached it from the ship. I think once we
Salvage
disconnected
deposit secured. Credits awarded.
the coolant pipe, it was no longer attached to the ship, free floating unit, which we had to do in order to turn it. I think that's when the power no longer becomes
Salvage
available
deposit
to
registered. Account credited.
detach the
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till
Centric
the end of the trip.
Cashew. Hello, welcome. It's an odd out of. Are you a real person or are you a bot trying to advertise something?
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits
Welcome if you're a real
transferred.
person. As I was saying, I think that maybe we aborted that strategy. That was bad. We have to think back to that strategy. If there was a way we could get away with tilting all of that without
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
detaching the thrusters. I don't think there is. Yeah, once it was separated from power supply, exactly, Jake. I know we've had that problem in the past. You're right, Gavin. We did at some point, I think, reverse pull the reactor backwards through the ship. I think you're right. I think it is a strategy that we tried at some point. And there's definitely a logic to that. I don't know that we settled on liking it because of, when I'm thinking about it, that's a lot of prep work. But that is where we end up cutting the ship in half anyway.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
I kind of want to do it
Your data
again
wave
just to
levels
try
are
that.
high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before
Because,
starting
we're
your
thinking through
shift.
that's more prep work, a little less clean. But we know we're going to cut the ship in half for that location anyway. I do remember, Gavin. I do remember that being at least a strategy that we considered. I don't remember trying it, or I don't remember trying it more than once. I'm not gonna pull it out yet. Grab it. Figure out to prep this. Most likely stuff attached to the bottom of it's coming out. Sure. That yet. Cut it free, but we did not remove it because we need space. Careful. Careful. Nice and gently. And
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
barge people can deal with that radiation backlash. Did. There we go.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage.
I don't for a moment believe that that tiny little piece of pipe connecting the ECU to the wall is worth 14,000 credits.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Oh, we want to stay inside. Stay inside. We need to clear out this floor down here. Right here. Oh, that's dangerous. Look how far these are embedded into the ground. I'm gonna tether them to get free, but... this is gonna be bad. Yeah. Not gonna risk it. The hard way.
Raw material deposited.
That doesn't go there. It goes over there. Just about to send to the furnace.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Wave it. Woo! Where did the... There it goes.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I know the beds are quick and easy to remove manually, but the thing I enjoy about the way they come off at a rocket speed. Send them straight to the barge. Oh, free fuel! We bought fuel earlier. Feels bad.
Salvage accepted.
So much fuel here.
Credit applied.
I'm not gonna bother cutting the floor out just to get these guys straight to the barge. There was a bunch of stuff in the back of the room that I would have.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
That was a mostly empty room.
Salvage secured.
Uncharacteristically empty room.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
It's make fit. Here we go. Round back plate is. Right underneath it. Nice. Yeah, we're
Valuable
dancing
object
around the
processed.
inevitable here.
Credits deposited.
Running out of things to do that do not involve addressing our explosive
Salvage
problem.
deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Object processed. Transferring credits.
Neat machine. Nice. We got another. If we have a holographic version of that yet. And I'm trying to look on our tool. When I turn right, I can see the gear one. We'll have to look when we're inside.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage registered. Transferring
I think it was
credits.
dangerous that I just couldn't help it. There was two of them, two full computer setups. One shot. Had to risk it.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
On we go.
Salvage secured. Credits
Bottle.
deposited.
There it is. You know, I
5
had
minutes left, Cutter. All good?
an open shot on the
Good.
furnace.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I feel like we should cut another floor piece out over there, which would support the argument of the reverse pull of the reactor.
Salvage registered. Transferring
If
credits.
we're already cutting the floor out over there, then cutting that little back window out. Trivial.
Salvage deposit registered. Account
Drunk in
credited.
there. Oh, Gavin, maybe that was an advanced strategy that we came up with right there at the end, and good audio while we're in here. Oh, maybe that was the correct strategy that we were coming up with at the end, and just hadn't played it long enough to
Salvage
have
secured.
settled on it.
Account credit applied.
Right. I don't think I have anything left to. All right.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Let's. Get this away from everything else. This is not going to be pretty. I don't get too crowded around here.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
That might literally be everything.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Cut the ship in half and then. That's it. Try this.
You watching the clock, Cutter? You've got 1 minute left.
That'd be our laser tool overheating.
Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
Not attached. I think that it's considering those connected. mixture here. All right, so we're at 0.3% destroyed. Let's just kind of take a moment to enjoy this screen before all the bad stuff happens. This is a 99.7 potential salvage at the moment. Okay. That is really taking its sweet time.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is your morning wake-up call.
It took so long to load in the hab, it's almost like it's also apprehensive about what we're gonna have to do. Yeah, that overheating. We got enough. We can go a little longer. It did move. Did I split the halves and exact? Because it's both 872 kilograms left over. Are really both halves of the ship literally the exact same weight? Did I truly divide it exactly in half? Oh, nice. I think they give us a helmet. I mean, aside from the, oxygen aspect.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Okay. Back. Scoop us into the furnace. I think it's everything. Go that direction because bad stuff's in that way.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Get a handle on the roof.
Salvage
Furnace.
deposited.
Furnace.
Applying credit to account.
From the back end.
Material deposited. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Come on, turn it, don't break it. Don't give up. I'm trying to flip the back end around. Alright, so here's our options. We break this right here, causing an explosion. It's really our only option, isn't it? We're gonna lose this part right here because we can't detach it from that. We can drag the whole thing to the barge ahead of time to at least protect these so that any explosion can't destroy them. And then pull the shards back up off of the barge. Problem is that if we do that, there's going to be some shards that are going to be just a pain to get off of the barge. I think we just pull the band-aid off and just do it right here. Oh, it's on fire!
Destroyed. Please remove.
Okay, I should have taken them to the bottom. Yeah, I should have put them on the barge. That was fake. I didn't want to deal with pulling the shards off of the barge, so I got lazy on it. It cost me. Let's not do that again.
Processing object.
Did that cost us our mini-me? 5.8%. No, it did not. It would had in before 1.0. Please get moving so that I can deactivate the their tethers. Yeah, that was unpleasant. Well, it seems like we got a moment because all the big pieces are taking too long to move.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Oh, that was brighter than usual. Pretty cool.
Tether supplies are low.
Go faster if I detach that, but then we'd have to carry that around. And as far as our search for posters goes, we're only 2 posters in that entire ship. I think the salvage runner was the one that had the good crew quarters for posters. Alright, so not today. I'm gonna go on to our next ship. I expected a dramatic splitting. Right, it was still attached to the back. I just feel like they cheated with these graphics right here.
5 minutes left in the shift,
Because
Cutter,
those
okay?
clearly should be button
Okay.
lights. But they're not. Painted on. Oh, no you don't. I see that.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Probably each other's.
Tether supply depleted.
That way I don't feel like I'm wasting them when
All
I...
salvage goals achieved.
Do you know I'll not want to actually
Processor deposit accepted.
buy them if I have
Credits
0.2
awarded.
left.
Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
Alright. What we missed? That's people. Gimme. Anything else? Button light. I heard the sound, but I didn't see it. I'm guessing we got our mini-me. Oh, that was disgraceful. We were doing so well. 94%. Wait a minute. 90... Is mini-me 95 now? Remind me, what is the mini-me's requirement? It used to be 97%, right? Now it's 95%? Oh my goodness, we didn't get a mini-me. This is our first ship since 1.0 that we didn't get a mini-me on. It used to be 98, now it's 95. My laziness and not dragging it down to the barge ahead of time cost us our first mini-me. Tragic. We had 100% run up until now. Maybe we don't deserve to own our own.
Good morning, Cutter
I don't have-
9346-52. All the team at Lynx would like to wish you a happy and productive day.
That makes me sad. I thought we were going to get 100% mini-me up to the point that we actually retired. Bad day. Delete this recording and pretend it didn't happen. All right, we move on from that. Big old tanker, oh nice, double ring tanker. For cargo. I think we're gonna do the double ring tanker. We did a cargo last time. I mean, bad day's learning experience. I mean, yes, but the cost of our mini-me, that was a high price to pay. And the thing is that we didn't lose the mini-me because of something I didn't know. I stated ahead of time we should pull this to the barge before breaking it so that to protect the thrusters. I didn't expect that both of them to immediately go up like that. That was just, it was pure laziness from me. I had it in my head that there would be an explosion on the barge and that there would be a bunch of little red shards all over the place from pipe bits. And I'd have to drag each one of them out because I'm OCD. And I just didn't want to do that. And so I just cut it in space. And it did exactly what I said would happen. It blew up the whole thing. I'm in no one to blame but myself. Oh, it's the coolant tanks. This is our first coolant tank ship since 1.0. I theorized that they had removed that feature. You guys had mentioned that you'd seen one since 1.0. But we have not seen a coolant tanker 1.0. Fire and hold. I'm excited to see, because with 1.0 they changed the way that the connectors are for the fuel ones. I'm curious to see if they changed it for these as well. Doesn't look like it, which is good. They're all still individuals. I prefer it this way. All going to be in a line. Oh, so this is only a medium. We didn't get a large. I wonder if that's why, because there's only 2 segments. There's not 3 segments. I mean, this was a past 9 hazard, but we went pretty far down the line to get it.
Salvage accepted. Credit
So
applied.
it gave us a medium instead of a large. That's a little sad. That's okay. You know, maybe this will increase our chances of finding a missing poster. Maybe it's on the smaller ship. A little variety in there.
Salvage deposit
Had
accepted.
to pause for a moment there. That guy
Transferred.
crossed his lane to the other guy's area. Not go running to the processor,
Salvage
please.
deposit registered. Account credited.
Off the hooks. I said, please don't go there.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Look at all the these
Salvage registered.
guys are so
Transferring
they're
credit.
so light. Smallest tap, send them.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
I gotta try to want them a little bit at angles. I want them to bump the. I want the clamp to bump the edges.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
Tip a little bit of that
Applying credit.
inertia.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Get a rear
Salvage goal
ring.
obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
Eat our profits. And rings, we need to go back to the front and put that second tether. Front ring. Oh. That tether won't end up canceling itself when it flips around.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I think we normally cut through here if we don't have a working regulator.
Airlock depressurizing.
Makes me question why I just pressurized that when I know I can go to the top.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Working regulator. Okay. Little collectible, shouldn't damage, but grab it anyway.
Air pressure level decreasing.
The air regulator came, that atmosphere regulator came off inside the chamber. That's a little unusual. Like, it's the room that we're that's already depressurized. Oh, we tether before our leave coming in. Lost us time. I always feel like that was supposed to be a digital counter there, that 88. Definitely digital display. Like on a clock. Almost like they had some use for it in mind and then didn't do it.
deposit registered. Account credited. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Taking your sweet time, get moving.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
No good. Okay. Moving over. Got the ECU. There is a hazard unit on this side. I can't interact.
Hey Cutter, you've got 5 minutes left.
I've lost my interaction.
Hope you're having fun.
Yeah, I've lost my ability to bugged again. I want to pull that out. Can't pick up the coolant stuff. Or activate anything. Oh, you are turned at an angle that is
Transferring credits.
not what you should be at. You can turn it around the furnace. We should be pulling this ring off right now. That is still going, and we need to go cancel
Salvage
tethers.
secured. Account credit applied.
Walk it manually. Way too slow. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. I have faith in you.
Valuable
On the
object
way,
accepted for
this side.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage destroyed. Don't do that.
I need a little $14,000 pipe.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I gotta stop
Salvage
futzing
goal
with
met.
lights on the
Rewards
first shift.
will be paid.
Definitely not high value. It's under my, it's under my cursor. I know I'm waiting for other things to move. So, hard to pass up.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Deposit accepted for processing.
Scrap. That was the, I think that was the atmospheric regulator. I think it got damaged when it came off the wall. Again, it shouldn't have come off the wall because that room was already pressurized. Your body is moved. What is holding you on? That's what's.
1 minute left, Cutter. Start finishing things up. All right?
I'm gonna mess with you right now. For that. Money. The other, no, it didn't.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Airlock depressurizing.
Made it.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
No, I can't do it in time.
Airlock.
Oh. Is this the one with the reactor connected upside down? No. No. It's what is that? I know what you're talking about. See, we did lose a reactor or a regulator. I know it when I see it. Clearly it wasn't that one because we already pulled it. I'm not sure which one it is because it is one of them that's laying on its side, and I thought it was a javelin.
Hello, Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like
I don't
to
think it's
share
any
the
of the
following
geckos.
inspirational message.
Gotta
Some
be
people
one of the
dream of
javelins.
great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Oh, God, I can't, I can't remember which ship had the backwards, the trick reactor that's attached to the plate's upside down, and so it gets you. Now, if you don't know to look for it, it'll get you.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Airlock pressurizing.
I mean, with the way our strategy is now, it's not an issue because we no longer detach the plates. We always just take 3 panels off. We don't disconnect all the panels. We did earlier on. Why are we seeing this so much? I mean, it's a pretty poster, but why is everyone so obsessed with that?
Airlock pressurizing.
Why? Oh, that was the external. Right, so we're on the medium. I expected a whole nother segment. Oh. Nope, no poster.
Air pressure level decreasing.
I think I just stopped her. I think I just prevented our way from getting back inside.
Increasing.
We have no door handles on the outside. Yeah. It doesn't want any doors.
Airlock depressurizing.
Alright, now we can do this.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Off the wall. Get out of the way. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, don't. My direction. I'm gonna set him on fire on accident.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
I would cut that initially to go out that way, instead of the cockpit off the front. But with those things already attached to the
Salvage
side of it, it's
deposited.
kind of a
Applying credit to account.
more of a pain to remove them after the side's already off than doing it ahead of time. But otherwise, it would arguably be a more accessible way to come out. Darn it. That was close.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Get a new partner.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Up. We just depressurize the outer hull. Thought they'd fix that. Oh right, it says the errant warning, even though it didn't actually depressurize anything.
Valuable object processed.
They fixed the
Deposited.
depressurization bug, but not the warning.
Airlock pressurizing.
It was saying that maybe the reverse reactors on the middle class cargo. I mean, it's entirely possible. I feel like we still encounter it. I think that there was no working regulator in here. I feel like we still encounter the first reactor on a rare occasion.
Helmet damage detected. Avoid severe head trauma by following good helmet maintenance practices.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
I don't think any of the... Oh, stop doing this. I have to cut it open again. That is the feature that I don't like that they added. Doors closing themselves during a depressurization event. I realize that's probably more realistic. It's frustrating. We need to be able, we need to be in maintenance mode where shut down automation. door handle we tried. I didn't even.
Object processed.
I forgot to even look at the amount of money that we made in the first shift.
Salvage deposit secured.
I knew it wasn't going to be
Credits
record breaking, so I didn't. I just kind of mentally moved on. Alright. Pressurize. Ourselves some excess from the front. Good grief. Did we not just verify that everything was depressurized? I definitely did not see any green bars. Okay. I think it's just being spiteful at this point. All processor. Way out. Front cage off and then go to the back and start working our back to front.
5 minutes left to get your work done. Okay, Cutter?
There we go. That gives us our quick in and out access. It's not gonna go crazy on us. All right, airlock is clearly red. Trying to not trust my own eyes. Not to hit the bar in the back.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage goal cleared. Rewards allocated.
Away. Normally we would have taken the room off by now, but it was giving us some difficulties earlier, and I just happened to be here, so. Start these nuts.
Material
Help us
accepted.
free this up. Doesn't seem to be the case. Missing. Why is it still? Oh, by the way, can we now interact with things? Yes, we can. Yay. I just about fired that into the furnace.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Why does it think that's attached? I'm missing. Under the... Yeah, there is. Hiding behind the... radiation housing.
Ship's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
There it is, that's the culprit.
Deposit accepted.
My way, please.
Object processed. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
There's the last one in time. That's alright. Well, the 6 is 66.6%. 0.6% destroyed. If I were superstitious, I would consider this a doomed ship. Well, have a good night, Gavin. Glad you were able to join us. Hope you enjoy the replay when you have time to watch it.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
Be sure to drop
Please
in this
enjoy the
weekend if you
following
can
inspirational
for
message.
Tortuga.
Success
The
is not
completion
the
of
key to
Tortuga.
happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you do, you will be successful.
I'm gonna try to aim for Saturday, but it might be Sunday. We'll see how things go. Alright. Actually posted a little bit more forewarning.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies are available for purchase at the Master Jack.
I like how there's that subtle advertisement in there. Doesn't just say that your fuel levels are low. Available for
Material
purchase at the Master
deposited.
Jack. This seems like such a corporate thing to do. That guy is stuck. Moving around. That's great.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Why are you not going in?
Processing object. Applying credits to
That
account.
one got right in the first shot. That's a good one also. There's a... Get in there. Not giving you another tether. And you're one tether.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated. Deposit accepted for processing.
That cup's not good. Let's try again. There we go.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Anyway, whether or not we need to bother demo charging these, but I don't think it's an option. We have another setup over there, but we need everything. Oh, don't generate the entire bar. I don't think there's any other cut points where we could not have that happen. I mean, we could take out these 4 bars to separate that thing, but it's still taking out an entire bar.
Tether supplies dropping.
Enough demo charges. So nice that we can now use demo charges. They, I'm gonna say fixed the Master Jack, you know, charging you for every 5 as opposed to refilling. Back in early access, it literally costs you
Raw
more money than you
material
gain for
accepted.
using demo charges. I chose to. I do know why I chose to switch sides because I saw an object in the way, but the thing that it was in the way is not even going to the same place. You know, normally I would send that across to drag it across. Like explaining it well. I knew I was going to grab that side of structure because that's the side I was on. Normally I'd have it pull across to go over here so that it doesn't go all wonky like that. The last moment I switched sides that I was going to pull it to because I saw an object in the way, but the object that was in the way wasn't even
Processing
actually in the
valuable
way.
deposits. Credits transferred. Material accepted.
I don't know why I felt the need to explain that. I know that I did poorly. Not yet.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Yeah, as we're playing Terraformers last week on stream, I played it a little bit more since then. It's really got me in the mood to... That's not going to be disconnected. That's really got me in the mood to dust off some Reviving Mars. That was such a good game, too. Found the time to do it. It's definitely got me back in the mood for playing more space games.
Deposit accepted.
Excellent. I still am not sure what we're going to pivot towards once we complete Tortuga. I don't know what will become our next main stream. I mean, Hardspace is always a valid... I think that was a good cut. Hardspace is always a valid go-to for our weekend stream, but...
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
I kind of want to... something else. Like, our weekend streams can be longer. I
Material
don't...
accepted.
feel like it's good to stream as long on weekday streams. And we know can get away with both detached. We can get away with this because typically we do our X amount of ships, call it. Moving. One of the great things about streaming Hardspace is that it doesn't, you know, you complete a set amount of goals and it doesn't feel like you left off something. You know, we don't quit like mid ship. Go, all right, well, next stream we'll finish this ship. So it has a nice, it has good stopping points on it. Decent feel to it. It lends itself pretty well to streams of variant length.
5 minutes left, Cutter. You know what you're doing? Okay.
I feel like we have more time on the weekend. I kind of want to find something that takes a little longer.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
They're gonna be
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
I could tell by looking at it, it felt like it wasn't great. Seriously? should have looked a little more closely at that. Probably could have guessed that it was attached at the top. I don't think we have 4 minutes worth of fuel left. All these are going to be attached on the inside.
Valuable object
Our
accepted for
butt. Wait,
processing.
there's just a little bit of a hole. We squeeze through. No. We get an angle on the. Yes, we can. That's not a good shot. Okay, we don't have the fuel to be chasing you.
Raw material accepted.
I don't know what the end goal is of my not going to get fuel instead of flying inside, but doing it. We lost our first mini-me. Might as well burn ourselves out of fuel too. Just make this a dream about messing things up. Yeah. Okay. Not think we can stretch that fuel out for 2 more minutes.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits
All one
awarded.
piece. Alright, fine, we're gonna go get fuel. I appreciate the incessant beeping.
9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
It's still incessant. I want to flip it around so it doesn't hit the edge. So, over here.
Caution. Tethers depleted.
Ah! We were at 1 tether. I didn't notice. I would have spent it before coming over here.
Deposit confirmed.
At least we didn't go far.
Applying credit.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Tethers restored.
Good the hoop. Not clean, not cleanly, but
1 minute left to
now it's
finish
coming back.
things up, Cutter.
Did you just? All right, I think it's good now.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
That whole thing was blue, so it's attached. Don't want to move the ring. We want innards.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Pull it out.
Material deposited.
Bad angle on it, but I think it's still gonna make it. I didn't arrest its momentum before firing it. Timer was ticking.
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
I should get a soundbite of that dun dun dun. Put it on my phone so I can set it to like my alarm. Play it on a loop.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
Okay, already. Trying to dry. I knew there was another light floating around there somewhere.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processing object. Applying credits to account. Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
This one.
Salvage goals fully completed. Rewards assigned.
We want to. Oh yeah, we want to go there.
Salvage deposit registered. Account
I
credited.
did kind of go out of my way to set that up. I'll admit it. I missed it. Alright. Get it when the floor's out.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Those are going to be a pain to get out. In fact, I should detach them one at a time to the door instead of trying to take them to the bottom.
Processing valuable
Alright, anyway.
object. Credits awarded.
Get that turned sideways. That helped. Alright, they're nice. That could have been a lot more painful.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
We have a short shift.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Power is the only thing left to pull. Lights in. They're good. Purple.
Salvage deposit deposited. Applying
There's
credit
a
to
mini-me.
account.
Hello, old friend. We picked up a radio signal of a... Yep, for a second there. I think that's everything.
Material accepted. Credits transferred.
Before they give us the credit so that we don't have gray space there. A little bit. Didn't cut that much. Maybe that's accounting for the gray. Alright, well. Hey, we did cut that much. I mean, it is a medium tanker, right? It wasn't large, so the cuts are a higher percentage than what we're used to seeing. It's only 0.1%. 99. A little bit of a redemption from our last ship. Other than the trash gazer, we were doing so well too. I think he got revenge on us for calling in a trash gazer. I think we're going to talk, or we're going to knock down a macro real quick. I feel like doing one.
Good
I know I
morning,
said earlier we
Cutter.
were going to focus on large
It's time to begin
ships.
your workday.
I like doing a station hopper. Mackerel. Give us one. Wow, no macros at all? Really? Oh, I guess heavy cargo. Heavy cargo won't have any posters inside it. Although they are fairly quick to do because the interior comes apart fast. Let's do one. Looks stealthy. These are the ones that are... I said the interior comes apart pretty fast, but it's not necessarily true because we have all the rings that we have to cut out that go into the processor. But you don't have to depressurize the exterior or the outer hull. All one piece with the grading. I feel like we haven't done one of these in ages.
Credit applied.
Oh, if we take this on, don't remove it, then the glass is a pain to get out. Right. Work around it.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
A nice, dark, stealthy ship. Wasn't just the painting wasn't just missing from the
Airlock
preview.
depressurizing.
Usually it's a still painted after that. That's an industry. Normally the black ship is the what's it, Black Castle or something like that.
Salvage registered.
Girl, I'm done. pull the door handle off, did I? Nah. Regulator? Working. That's gonna be an easy ship. Oh, there's a door in there. Okay. For some reason I thought there wasn't one. We wanna pull
Air
the
pressure level increasing.
regulator out of that room before we. For some reason that asteroid fell into the. Very carefully. Ooh, like that.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Asian housing in the way. We cannot get into that area, and I am not reaching through that grate because we know what happens if we do. Alright. Got our way in. All that. Let's depressurize the front. Cells. I like these. It's something about it. I like it has all one unit.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
487,000.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I could have swore we detached everything. Why you no move? Oh, missed one.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
How that happened. Why are you still no move? The front is not part of that. What am I missing? Oh, it's moving now. Taking it 3 times, being dramatic. Careful. Alright, here we go.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Keep my eye on that wall, make sure it doesn't get sucked into the furnace. flip it around a little bit there. Unhook that. Accidentally end up disconnecting the power. There's something on the
Valuable
parts. It
object
doesn't belong
accepted
there.
for processing.
Like one of the bottom panels. Two of the bottom panels. What was I doing?
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Careful about reeling these in. It's so easy to build up so much momentum that it crushes your face. I'm off the barge.
Processed. Transferring credits.
I need to get into the other wall.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage deposit registered. Account
Heavy
credited.
forklifts. Which, no, should be heavy. They're a pain to move.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
That airlock was just waiting to ambush us.
Depressurizing.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
A hatch above us. I'm not gonna pedal these off yet.
Hey, Cutter. 5 minutes left in this shift. All right? Deposit accepted for processing.
Not sure why the hatch is a barge item, not a processor item.
Salvage deposit
I mean, it
secured.
still looks like just a
Credits
metal
awarded.
plate. You would think that it would just go to the same place as all the other metal plates.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Alright, we need to get into that wall. I think we're gonna do it through the front.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Make our way through here. Metals. Stuck. What? Can't move. That was weird. I had to switch off of my tool in order to fly. Fingers. It was like my welder was stuck on the ceiling. kind of dangerous considering that we don't have the fuel shut off. Need to cut this. That's here. Go. Our first shift. Pretty productive first shift.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Upwards so I can get. There we go. That cut. Put this back. We're actually getting the side of the ship on the back of the ship. Attached. Yes. Being slow again.
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute.
That's not part of it. Oh, right. Airlock. Now it's safe to cut around this height. And timing, because we still have the handle on the outside, I believe. I knew we were running out of time. Didn't want that to get away from us while we were coming out of the hab.
Secured. Credits deposited. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
$65 is all we've lost so far. We're below the halfway mark. It felt like we had more than half of the ship done, but I guess, you know, we still have all the interior structure and the entire cockpit to do. Not like a smooth shift though. Just realized I wasn't recording this episode. So technically I don't have a copy of our losing the mini-me.
Today's weather report, clear and sunny, with a high of
More
minus
plausible deniability.
270 degrees.
I normally record all of our Hardspace episodes. Mostly out of habit of, you know, doing it in early access and being able to easily report bugs.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Downloading the recording from YouTube. Not a great option. Aside from the fact that not being exactly quick, the quality isn't as good as recording it
Salvage deposit registered.
locally.
Account credited. object processed. Credits deposited.
Don't normally get through all the bars in one cut a piece. Nice. It really is being cooperative. What to think? I like tethering the reactor and then just
Salvage
moving on.
secured. Account credit applied.
It's kind of, you have a casual reactor just flying past you. Live reactor.
Salvage secured.
Do.
Applying credit.
No attention to me.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
That, please. Thank you.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Yeah, it should be
Valuable
alright.
object processed. Credits awarded.
Asteroid next to me, it's fly around. Oh, not that.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Valuable object accepted for processing.
Out of the way, please. I hate to accidentally vaporize part of an asteroid. I need to find another game that does like mining in space, because that's something I've always enjoyed doing.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
There's something about just flying around space, finding asteroids, and digging resources out of them.
Material deposited.
Very fun thing to
Account
do.
credit applied.
I bought X4 when it came out, and then unsatisfied with the way not the game itself, but the way my flight stick operated in that game. I had to get a new flight stick. And it was annoying enough that I just never actually played the game. It was kind of one of those things of, well, this is a problem that I'm going to have to solve. And so it made it a future me problem that I just never got around to solving. I assumed I'd just get a different flight stick or figure out why that flight stick was not cooperative. A lot of drift on it. I'm not sure if that game actually has. I would assume it has some kind of mining element to it. I played X3 a lot.
Material accepted. Credits
I
assigned.
don't remember having mining ships in X3. I don't think we did. You'd set up a financial empire. It was just so awesome, you know. Have fleets that you would, AI fleets that you'd send to go do stuff and trade routes and build
Salvage
stations.
deposit accepted. Credits
They're cool.
transferred.
Problem is that there were some real issues with the AI ships that often
Salvage
broke
deposited. Applying
your
credit
empire.
to account.
Essentially, what would happen
Salvage
is,
goal cleared. Rewards
you know,
allocated.
there are kind of like different clusters or sectors in X3. I guess probably any of the X games, where you have, you know, a local system where there's a sort of local highway of like traffic that you can zoom around in, and there's stations in different areas,
Processing valuable objects.
and then there are
Credits awarded.
distant clusters that you had to take like a super highway, like the
Salvage
not like that portal thing, but
applied.
kind of like it. There was an on-ramp, on-off-ramp kind of, basically, where you would enter into like the portal, and then they would and then you would ride that through interstellar space for quite a distance. Like the local cluster, you had a kind of a high-speed highway that you could ride, but there was plenty of reason to kind of get off of it and drive, you know, between things. You could get around it on your regular thrusters if you really wanted to. Whereas the distant areas, you had to take the superhighway between them. If you got off the superhighway between them, you were just in
Salvage deposit accepted.
just dead space.
Credits transferred.
You're just never going to make it there on your normal thrusters. And the AI
Salvage
transports
deposited.
that you
Applying
had
credit to account.
assigned to your empire, sometimes they would just kind of they'd go up to like the highway entrance to go between sectors, and then would just
Salvage
miss it,
secured.
and then
Applying
try to
credit.
drive between sectors, and they were just never going to get there. You would just every now and then you'd look on the map and see
Applying credit.
your cargo ships just in the middle of interstellar space, just totaling along.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
And it was so unreliable that you really
5 minutes left, Cutter.
couldn't do business
You know what you're
between
doing?
sectors.
Okay.
Kind of fundamentally undercut the whole point to starting your own empire. Come on. I could drag both of us into the furnace.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Imperium Galactic Survival has mining. Look at. The space mining just feels like a zen thing. It's just kind of relax and gather resources.
Raw material deposited.
You can kind of get that in Minecraft too, if you're doing like large scale mining or a large scale resource collection. Oh, that is a large percentage missing. Is that the entire hull?
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
That was it. Okay. It's something about space mining is always more entertaining. You know, when I played EVE Online way back in the day, I had a big drone ship that was meant to be a combat ship, but I used it as a cargo miner. And 9.2, not bad. And I just had it full of mining drones instead of combat drones. I used to just go out to asteroid clusters and just mass mark stuff all around me and just relax and watch the drones run all over the place and bring everything in. I always had to leave tons of resources floating and I would just fly them to a station and sell or store and then back and forth.
Lynx would like to share the following
All the loot that
inspirational
I
message.
had mined. It was
Make
just
the
always
most of your
very
ships
zen.
by
I
fanning the
spent
tiny
hours
sparks of
doing that.
effort into flames of profitability.
And Earth and Beyond had a good mining setup as well. Real shame that game didn't survive. You can thank EA Studios for that. Yeah, Earth and Beyond was made by Westwood Studios. Bought it and got bought out by EA Studios, and they immediately canceled Earth and Beyond, which is a shame because it was such a good game. It was an MMO, space MMO. One of the best I've ever seen. Probably what was the best space MMO I've ever seen. I think we wanted to do a Gecko salvage runner. That was the quest early on. I'm not seeing one. I think we're going to cycle our ships. See if we can get ourselves a salvage runner. I'm familiar with the name Empyrean. I'm drawing a blank on what that game's like. I know I haven't played it. Bring up Steam real quick, and I can bring up the Empyrean store page. That way I'll remember to look at it after the stream.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your allocated shift time will be commencing shortly.
Alright, so we have a salvage runner. I know I wanted to do more salvage runners anyway. That's awfully far down on the list. I feel like I want it to be higher on the list. Only one gecko above it, though. Let's see if we can get one higher on the... Typically, if they're higher on the list, they're more damage, more dangerous. I mean, it's like the Hazard 9 javelin we did earlier ended up being a medium, which, to be fair, we can tell that by the picture, and I just glossed over it. On hindsight, I can remember that there was only a picture of 2 segments. However, worked out because it was a coolant one, and we hadn't seen a coolant one yet. So it might indeed be that the coolant ones are only on the mediums.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx mandates a maximum of 8 hours of sleep. Any
Okay, Crab
extra
Lady's
sleep
voice is...
time will be docked from the next pay cycle.
What is going on? Try that again. Thank you. Cargo, crash gazer. Probably should have taken the ship while it was on the list. Alright, as long as it has level 9, we'll take it. Regardless of where it's in the list. I still kind of miss the old interface where you could pick your hazard level. You know, it had several ships per hazard level, and you could cycle back between them. So you're having this one kind of generic list.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Overnight genetic backup complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
There we go. Very first one. That's perfect. I'm so glad that they made these ships more playable. Aside from the explosive problems that we had before, they also come apart more reliably now. I like that green. The cargo base on the side come off more reliably.
Credit applied.
Also, I think that the coolant type is a little bit more reliable to detach now. Grabby arms? Yes, more grabby arms.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Airlock depressurizing.
Don't think there's an opportunity to go out and come back in, but I'm gonna leave the door handle anyway.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
There might be, because this ship is segmented.
Airlock
There's our
pressurizing.
FPS. Working regular in the back, that's the question. We do, okay, so we will be able to come out and come back in. that up. Barge coolant. Unusual. So the small canister being a barge item. I don't think we need to bother going to the front of the ship.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Through here, please. Claustrophobic.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
We're not gonna get surprised by anything. As long as the seals on the front hold. Safe.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits
Also
awarded.
did not see any fuel canisters or, you know, jetpack fuel.
Airlock depressurizing.
We're flying to the back. The thing I was looking for. We were low on fuel.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Probably should have gone and got fuel just now.
Airlock pressurizing.
I definitely should have, because we're going to be in here for a while. Alright, working regulator. Pinky. Not something we normally do. Oh! Oh, yes! Hello there!
Fuel levels restored.
Alright, get away with this.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Normally we would cut this from the bottom to get a cleaner cut. I want to see if we can go... Oh, we can't go out and come back in because it took the door handle off.
Air pressure level increasing. Airlock depressurizing.
Alright.
Air pressure level decreasing.
I feel like this isn't gonna work. I mean, it's gonna work, but just, you know, in our history of things not being sealed the way they should be sealed, we're messing with the front compartment. I feel like when we cut that wall right there, that it's gonna do something really bad. Hey, Karate, how you doing? Our loose cooling canisters are someone. They are. I mean, that's kind of the gimmick of the salvage runner, is that just about anything is fair game. Here's where, if something bad is gonna happen, this is where it's gonna happen. Oh yeah. Well, it's I intentionally didn't remove the door handle on the first pass through because we don't normally can't normally get another cycle around. We're really abusing this mechanic at this point.
Airlock pressurizing.
At this point, I kind of want to see
Airlock depressurizing.
how far we can get away with doing this. Working regulator, I mean, we can do it here too.
Air pressure level decreasing.
I mean, this one's gonna be challenging because, maybe Iki class. Because for me to go through the floor, I gotta move all these beds out of the way, and it's a royal pain. I mean, we're gonna cut that floor out eventually, but I'd much rather do it from the bottom. Excuse me. Thank you. We don't even have to go outside for this one.
Airlock pressurizing.
No posters.
Airlock depressurizing.
Get that light out. No working regulator, okay. Most important regulator is the one that's not working. Okay, so we're not going to be able to put through this room because it doesn't have a working regulator. Right. That's going to be that.
5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
Get sucked into Fallout 2? Stuck in that game for the past year. Fallout 2, wow, that's... Isn't Fallout 2 before they went into first person? That's still a...
Air pressure level decreasing.
Have a top-down or isometric game, I think. Have to remove the regulator from that. I didn't start playing Fallout for Fallout 3. I mean, I was aware of the other Fallouts. They are a kind of game that I would play, but I did not play. You know, there were too many games of that type in that era. But I can certainly understand getting sucked into it, especially an old game, and getting lost in it. I've done that plenty. We've gone out and come back in so many times. We've thoroughly abused this mechanic.
Airlock pressurizing. Air pressure level decreasing.
That's funny, it opened those doors automatically. Yeah, I understood that the
Pressurizing.
I always understood that the early Fallout games were very good games. I just didn't quite make it. Didn't get around to joining that IP when it was active. We in here, start cutting open the hull. I think everything is now depressurized. We have lots of access to the exterior because we've cut holes in half the rooms. This way. This by no means was efficient what we were doing, but kind of fun. Seeing how much we could use that mechanic going out back in to utilize another regulator.
You watching the clock, Cutter? You've got 1 minute left.
Watching it now, Dee Dee, thank you. I feel like that's all freed up. Nice.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Out of the way before the end of the shift. Those are up. Oh, I forgot to check to see on the food sticker. We got another one. I wasn't sure whether or not we have a holographic version of it yet. You could even reverse pickpocket explosives onto children and use them as bombs. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, look, 0%. Nice. Yeah, I mean, that definitely gives you, that's freedom. Yeah, that was a nice freeze frame with the split saw. Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate games that have more freedom to do whatever weird thing you want to do. I remember there being that mechanic in games where you could reverse pickpocket to put explosives on people. I wouldn't have said that was a. If I'd been asked, I wouldn't have associated that with Fallout, but that might have been.
Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
Because there could be multiple games that have that feature. Yeah, in the good old days when you could get away with doing things that you can't get away with now. Yeah. I mean, there are some things that we've made progress on, and some things that have been a little oversensitive. And I was hesitating, saying there was something we wanted to check. There are some things you can't get away with in modern society that maybe is unnecessary. Wasn't hurting anyone. When I think of stuff like that, I think of Mel Brooks movies. Like a lot of the Mel Brooks movies couldn't be made today. Blazing Saddles being obviously one of them. Alright, so we do already have Yeah, it looks like we have holographic for both of them. I'm gonna upgrade them over here. I appreciate that society has become more sensitive to some subjects, but sometimes it does go a little overboard. But it is a society we live in. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's good to acknowledge that people are negatively affected. Sometimes you just need to have a sense of humor.
Deposit accepted for processing.
I haven't disconnected that on purpose. Oh, but I do need to attach the... It's not going to move as long as this part is still attached. There we go.
Material accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit
Leave this
accepted.
up so we
Credits
can start
transferred.
working the cockpit. Don't want to start removing the
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
port bars until we dislodge that front end. Before I start doing that, I should retether because we know how long this can take. Go inside and switch on a terminal or two to get it to move. It's already shaking.
Salvage deposit
I didn't see
secured.
credit for the
Credits
other one.
awarded.
There it is. On the barge, or did it go through the barge? I think it's on the barge. I didn't see it give us credit. Always makes me a little nervous. It was nice that we cut all these holes in the floors ahead of time, though. That is gonna be a problem. Start our clean here. Front has not come off yet. I think we got everything. Door. Wait, it scoops all of it up.
Warning. Fuel levels are low. Fuel supplies
Can you
are
imagine
available
having
for
to dismantle a
purchase
radiation
at the
filter in real
master
life?
jack.
Yeah. These would really have to be some pretty good suits. Make that safe. I mean, you gotta imagine, you're working in space like this anyway, these suits have to be pretty good about dealing with radiation because we're exposed to solar radiation, you know, constantly. But being that close to a source,
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I mean, it really has to do with, you know, how secure are the filters themselves, right? Because they're meant to be self-contained. How much radiation is actually leaking from them. Well constructed, in theory, you would be safe as long as you didn't damage them. This is how the game plays, though, right? Because if you bang one up and then all bets are off, radiation starts going all over the place. Okay, why do you not move?
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
We detached the thing on the other side that it was against the wall. See if we can get ourselves a quick way inside. I'm gonna try to pull these two off together, but I didn't check to see if there was anything on that floor. Oh, there's going to be, because that's where all the computers are at. This one's not going to move. That's the one we want to have move. Yes, that's alright. We're not saving or losing anything. We're destroying that, 'cause even if it worked, it would have been dragging it into the processor. Alright, now why are you not moving? No reason.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Object accepted for processing.
Not expect that large object to be in the way. Fortunately, I managed to avoid it. We're cutting.
Valuable object processed.
I gotta cut you.
Credits deposited.
There you go. Oh. Hopefully that stuff over there got into the gravity well before I had to do that. Alright, good. We got lucky and hit the corner that happened to be the stuck part.
Deposit accepted for processing.
like everything. This. Yep, there's lights in there. Alright. Button lights, the ones we don't care.
Five minutes left to get your work done. Okay, Cutter? Salvage secured.
Don't interrupt me.
Account credit applied.
PD, I'm having the fun part. Not that the rest of us isn't fun. Oh my goodness, look at that cluster. Oh, I want to pew that whole thing. You know if I do it, they're all going to go everywhere. Get away with. Definitely not that one.
Salvage secured.
Get her out of it.
Applying credit.
Oh, that was nice. That was at least 4 items. Here. I don't think anything else went astray.
Salvage deposited.
Nice.
Applying
That was
credit
an
to account.
epic pew. I didn't get to say pew because I was too focused on tracking the items.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
There's fuel still inside. So I'm not gonna go buy any.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
All the stuff off the floor. So don't drag everything out.
Salvage deposit secured.
Tether.
Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Nice ring apart
Salvage
very
deposit
nicely.
registered. Account credited.
Left. Great time to go get
Salvage
fuel.
deposited.
Have free
Applying
fuel on the
credit to
ship.
account.
I think we only have one more
Salvage
canister though,
secured.
so we probably could get away with
Applying
buying fuel.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Go off the wall instead. We probably can't pull this out. Should be junk on the other side of it. Nice. Alright, Cindo, I want to make sure there isn't that.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Take the rest with you though.
Deposit accepted.
All broken. Arm one good one. Make it last.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. 1 minute left to finish things up, Cutter.
Try to do things that don't involve tethers because we're gonna warp to the hab.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
This will be our last tether right here.
Caution. No tethers remaining.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Nice. Plus 0.1%. Not bad, not bad, not bad. So you recently found a somewhat amusing light novel series, straight for a title. Campfire cooking in another world with my absurd skill. Really, they use the word pew pew a lot. So I recently watched a movie which also had a rather lengthy title to it. It was called
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Links would like to share
Everything
the following
Everywhere All at the
inspirational
Same
message.
Time.
The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth doing.
I think that's what I was terrified. It was so good. It was such a good movie. It was I was watching another content creator. One of those artsy people. Has a degree in film or whatever. He mentioned the video wasn't about it, but she mentioned it offhanded, talking about a different subject. Everything, everywhere, all at once. That's what it's called. He was talking about the rash of multiverse movies, and like how the MCU has done it to death. And other people, and she said, if you want to see multiverse done right, watch everything, whatever it said, everything all the time, everywhere, everything, everywhere, all at once, like that. I was not disappointed. I was absolutely not disappointed. It was such a good movie. It's a great story. It's told very well. It's funny. It was just I have no complaints about it. It was a definite diamond in the rough. I would not have discovered it had it not been for that content creator mentioning it. And I am so grateful that she did, because it was
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
time well spent
Restored.
watching that movie. And I don't want to, if anyone would be interested in watching, I don't want to spoiler it, because a lot of it is not understanding what's going on until you do understand what's going on. Because the storyline plays out real well. It's one of those stories where we're learning the rules as the protagonist is learning the rules. And so our discovery of what's going on is tied to the protagonist's discovery of what's going on.
Processed. Transferring credits.
And it would be fundamentally revealing to talk, for me to say much about it, because so much of it's tied to the way the story is told, and it's told beautifully. But it is a multiverse based story. All I can say.
Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned.
It's so inventively told.
Processing object.
And so lighthearted at moments. Movie doesn't take itself too seriously, but still tells a great story at the same time. Think of how whimsical Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy can be. It gets whimsical like that, but yet still tells a really good coherent story with great character development throughout it. Did I see it on cinema or on Netflix? There are other options. I did not see it on those services. No, it might be on those services. I saw it through a different method. That's all we'll say on that subject. We already got that. The movie came out in 2022, I think. But it's a fairly recent movie. I completely had not heard of it. I'm happy to...
Deposited. Applying credit to account.
Spread the knowledge of its existence. I am really nervous. Okay, right here with this coolant pipe right in my face. I don't like being this far away from these because of the potential of cutting the airlock, but that back there will cut, you know, it's careful way.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yeah, the pacing in the movie is great. I can't say enough about how good it was. Oh, that's gonna bump with you? Okay, there we go.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Talking about it, I kind of want to watch it again.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Stop the stream and have a watch along. I don't think there's any aluminum blade. But here, miss anything? Now, I think we verified. Well, we verified now. I think it was all the structure pieces, not the sides. I think that was all that was holding this on at this point. So the two corners in the middle, but not these edges. I think we got what we got away with. This, that middle piece, this. It'll be stuck. It is. Just this little guy right here in the middle. There it goes. This is what I was talking about when I said they made the removal of this more reliable. That was very unreliable before. Just random as to what edges it would actually be connected to. You end up just having to cut the whole thing apart.
Salvage deposit
Kind
confirmed.
of trying to get it
Applying
in,
credit.
loose.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Another radiation housing. from the Castellone, it looks extremely popular. I was thinking, yeah, it had short round from Temple of Doom. That's what that's what I was like. I know that guy from something.
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
And it turned out to be short round. I'm like, no, there's no way I recognized him from being, because short round was the little kid. And he's a grown man now. I would have never pegged him as having been short round in that movie. Like, wow, that guy really grew up. Missed it. Right. Or we get both of them, I'll take one. Oh, I got both. Must have been on the pixel of our max range for our split saw. Go in.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Right. Are there fins on the back of it? There are. I'm always surprised when these don't get sucked into the furnace.
Processing valuable deposit.
They're heavy enough that they don't swing out enough. But still, look how close that is. Always makes it. We've yet to lose one to the furnace, so I trust it at this point. That's correct. I deliberately do not buy the max range.
Hey, Cutter, you've got
Max
5
range.
minutes
Not only do I
left.
not buy the max range for the
Oh,
split
dear.
slide,
Having fun.
I don't think I bought any of the range upgrades for it. I might have gotten one range upgrade. I'm just so paranoid about that. Pipe above us. And pre-tether this. And just verify that it's not only attached in the middle. It should be both of the corners in the middle. Last time we got the corners first. Yeah. Pulling you on. That's what's up. Yeah, the split saw is just dangerous. If I need to do long range cutting, it's going to be with the precision
Credits deposited.
thinger. Did not move. Not moving. I do feel like I'm upside down, by the way. I know that I'm in space and therefore I'm not upside down. Oh, did you cancel? No, you didn't. Why are you not moving then? I not get a clean cut on one of those? I don't look like I cut it at all. Oh! Oh, no, that's the right place. Look, I was just bragging about how reliable you come off now. Now you don't come off.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
If anything attached, bending it. Just once, I was paying it a compliment on how reliable it was now, and had to burn me for it. You can see that those edges are overlapping. The base spawned just a little too low. Pipe. Okay. It is clearly not attached to
Warning.
anything.
Fuel levels are low.
Is something below it? Can't have, because we removed everything else.
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till the end of the shift.
It is clearly stuck on something. Even though it's clearly not stuck on anything, because we can see air through the whole thing. Don't make me use demo charges to get you off of the edge. And now I risk hitting things on the inside if I put this all. Alright, we'll come back to it. I only have 20 seconds left, so I'm not gonna futz with it. Stuff in chat that I probably want to read and respond to. You can confirm that campfire cooking with online grocery skill is an extremely excellent and chill anime. That's the name of an anime. They're rather lengthy names, very specific names. By the way, welcome Liquid. Good to see you again. The not split saw is the stinger. Yeah, Liquid. Got it. Yeah, I mean, so Karate, when I was first learning the game, I used stinger
Good
almost
morning,
exclusively
Shipbreaker.
because I like the precision. But split saw is so much more quick, and you get the satisfaction of getting multiple cuts in one shot. You know, a lot of times when you line up multiple cut points. Now it's, I want to say I use them equally, but I use the split saw a little bit more. Low on fuel, but not low enough. Yeah, I did get that last moment tether in. It was pretty satisfying. This guy's just not going to cooperate.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Leave it tethered for the moment. I think he's hit. Stuck on this. Floor out, but I've already taken the floor out of this side. Let's get this stuff out of the way so that we can split saw safely.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Not accidentally hitting a barge item. Woo! Oh, that's a little fast. Just get out of the way of it.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Oh, I forgot that I cut that window out so stuff can just
Transferring credits.
keep on going. I was relying on that stuff bouncing on the window behind me and being available to pull down to the floor.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Any obvious connection. We're just gonna have to remove this at every point until it becomes free. Not create this entire bar, please. I feel like it's phantom attached up here. We're gonna just keep sawing that down. We're gonna be thorough and just cut everything else first. Yeah, there's air on all sides. Come back to it. Bed's unattached. Move it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Mustard on one side and butter on the other. That are we still reciting weirdly named anime works of art? I didn't have a destination on it, and I gave them free material.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I knew better than to do that, but I think I got away with it.
Salvage accepted. Credits
Made those
applied.
personal terminals a lot tougher than they used to be. I know we're not pew-pewing, but tethers are
Salvage
pew-pewing.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay, that doesn't have a destination. You're not getting free material links. Bye-bye.
Raw material
We really need a mattress to sleep on in space.
accepted.
I mean, unless they are strapped down, and I don't see any straps on the beds.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Not entirely sure what the mattress provides.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
We've got to get this free. Just gonna keep cutting until whatever phantom connection is removed. Start with the most likely candidates, which are the places that it should be connected to begin with. They're doing this to me because they know how uncomfortable I am cutting around this pipe. There it goes. Not have 7 minutes worth of fuel left.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I didn't see any
Deposit accepted for
fuel
processing.
canisters in the back. I've already collected the ones from the front. Anybody? Anyone? Air filter. Convenient because we need to cut this pour out somewhere anyway. Get in front of the saw. And blast that, I figured that there was still outer hole in the way. Alright.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I don't think the ships have artificial gravity.
Credits transferred.
Thank you for
I mean,
Fuel levels
that would explain some of the things, right? Because I've joked about why there shouldn't be any ladders, but I'm not sure if we've. You know, I mean, that really opens up a discussion that we've never had. Like, why are there? I was gonna say why are there chairs, but there would be chairs anyway because during acceleration they need to be seated.
Material deposited.
That's not a valid thought. We're regardless of artificial gravity. Still need to be chairs. I'm just not sure why they have mattresses on beds. Nope, I haven't seen any belts. I mean, you technically wouldn't need the belts on. If the chairs can swivel, which we have every reason to believe they can. The chairs in the front are on now I'm wondering. So like the chairs that we've removed already from this ship are on a swivel. They can turn around. Which means during deceleration they could flip around. You wouldn't need straps, technically speaking. I mean, obviously you'd want straps, but you wouldn't. I think all the chairs are on swivels except for the pilot's chair. I think the pilot's chair has
Valuable object accepted
legs.
for processing.
And are hard mounted. I assume those have straps. They could be retracted into the back of the chair. We wouldn't necessarily see them. But those are like industrial chairs. The passenger chairs are very light chairs. Like they don't look like they could have straps hidden in them.
Raw material processed.
I don't think they have
Credits
the
deposited.
frame structure around them.
Salvage
look.
goal reached.
I mean, we've already turned all of them in on this run, but it's something we need to. Look out, we're thinking about it.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
One uncooperative one that didn't go all the way down.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I'd like to get this. And out. Railing.
Salvage
Light
secured.
settle.
Credits deposited.
Okay. You're grabbing everything I want to get out before the end of the shift.
Shift's almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
Cleanly. Turn a little bit. There we go. All right. Good.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
I just wanted to get that out of the way because
Salvage
it's kind of an
secured.
intricacy
Account
while we're
credit applied.
already working in the hall. Back to it. Good progress on it. Hey, they're talking about using rice cookers. I am not a chef. I do 10-minute rice in a in a pot, in a bag.
Hello, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy as the first 90%, which is why it's so important to always give 110%.
I didn't used to stock rice. Like, I don't have anything against rice. If I ate Chinese or takeout, then I always obviously had rice at that. I didn't really stock rice at home until I got put on a low sodium diet. And I had to start reevaluating basically everything that I had in my cupboards and my freezer. Everything was ridiculously high sodium. And one of the quick, simple meals that I came up with during that crisis time of figuring out how I was going to actually feed myself without everything being ultra high sodium was 10-minute, just the bagged like Uncle Ben's type 10-minute rice and
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
frozen vegetables. The frozen vegetables have basically no sodium on them. Super easy to make. Just steam the vegetable, the frozen vegetables for like 5 minutes while the rice is cooking, and then just combine the two and they're done. Very extremely simple meal, and as long as I don't douse the rice in soy sauce, which I'm gonna do, it's very low sodium. I moderate the amount of soy sauce I put on it, and I use low sodium soy sauce. It's still ridiculously high in sodium, but it's within my dietary limits. Pepsi full of sodium? I think so. Can't exactly read the label. There's no content label on this.
Raw material deposited.
My low sodium diet isn't as strict as it initially was.
Credits transferred.
Not true. I went very overboard on my restrictions for sodium when I first got put on the diet because of health issues.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
So I went, the doctors gave me a limit, and I made sure I went way below it. It was quite a struggle to do so, but I needed immediate relief from the problems I was having. I have since relaxed that, and now I'm more or less within the prescribed dietary requirements, which is 1,500 milligrams of sodium a day.
Credits awarded.
Maximum. And I'm still typically below that. But I indulge a little bit more than I used to now. So if I'm having rice, I'll put a little bit more soy sauce on it than I would have before.
Salvage
And if I've been really good and I'm really feeling lazy, sometimes I'll actually make ramen noodles. Which, just one bag of ramen noodles, more than my daily recommended amount. Oh, it's yeah, not taking care of myself is not really an option.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
I've probably mentioned it
Applying
offhand
credit.
before, that I have an inner ear problem. In short, the balance center in my right ear doesn't drain properly and can become engorged, the word. Too much fluid in it, and what will happen is, don't come back out. Where are you going? I didn't reel that in. It just went crazy on me. Basically, what can happen is you have two fluid sacs in your inner ear. You have one that's the balance center, and then you have one
Applying
for
credits to
the
account.
hearing center, and they are right next to each other. And what can happen in my case is that the fluid sac for the balance center fails to drain and maintain the amount of fluid properly. And I'll get a lot of pressure in my ear because of it. And it can actually rupture and spill into the hearing sac. And the fluids in between the two of them are not the same, and they are not meant to mix. And if it happens, then it's a nearly instant vertigo attack.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Usually I have like a 60-second warning that it is going to happen. Or I'll start there's other symptoms that will happen ahead of time as the fluid starts to leak. I know they're warning signs. I know it's time to react. Preparation of it. But there's no stopping it. And yeah, I'm allowed to drive. In fact, I've never had a vertigo attack while driving. Like, I don't know if the rhythm of the movement helps stabilize me. I don't know. I've never had,
Credited.
like, I feel better when I'm driving. All that being said, the low sodium diet, the purpose of the low sodium diet is that it starves my body of fluid retention. And that means that less fluid gets put in my inner ear. I have to starve my entire body of fluid retention just to stop fluid from getting put into my inner ear excessively. I haven't had a full vertigo attack in years, so that's because I keep on my diet. But that's why I'm on low sodium. And that's why I say it isn't an option not to eat. Like, I remember talking to my my ENT doctor back when we were trying to figure out what was causing my vertigo attacks and what we could do to stop it.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
And I talked to him about all the things I was doing to, following the rules and the extremes I was going to we got all of these, right? Got that one. The extremes, it'd tell me to try this, and I would do it to the most extreme. And I remember talking to him once, and he was surprised, what the extremes I was going to
Salvage
counteract the
secured.
attacks.
Credits
Most of
deposited.
my patients are, If I tell them don't eat this thing, then they cheat. They won't do it a little bit, you know, but then they'll cheat. And I'm like, if you have any patients who are cheating on the, you know, the advice, then those people are not having the kind of attacks that I'm having, because anyone who's having that kind of the extreme that those vertigo attacks are,
Salvage registered.
if you had one of those
Transferring
attacks, you would do absolutely everything that in your power to make sure you
Salvage
never have
goal
one
met.
again.
Rewards will be paid.
They are the worst thing I've ever experienced. But like I said, I used to be on medication to reduce the amount of sodium that my body would absorb. I'm no longer on that medication, and it's just a matter of being conscious of it. You know, reading labels.
There's 5 minutes left, Cutter. All good? Good. Salvage deposit confirmed.
Not cheating very often.
Applying credit.
I don't put salt on anything. I use potassium chloride, the sodium chloride. You know, consider it a salt substitute. It doesn't quite taste the same as salt, but you get used to it. Plus, it's a supplemental source of potassium. Kind of a win-win situation. But there's just little things like that. You know,
Salvage
just never
deposit
putting salt on
registered.
anything.
Account credited.
That adds up. I stopped eating things out of the freezer for the most part. The freezer isn't full of frozen foods. You know, frozen fast foods. Like TV dinners. I mean, I have things like,
Salvage
you know, I
accepted.
mentioned frozen
Credit
vegetables.
applied.
But I don't keep anything in there that's containing sodium anymore.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
How am I with gluten? Gluten doesn't affect me. Not something I have to pay attention to. Sodium's the only. Well, sodium isn't the only thing I have to pay attention to. I also am allergic to dairy, so I have to pay attention to that. My allergy to dairy developed at the same time that my vertigo attacks developed. They're comorbid. Assuming dairy can trigger a
Valuable
vertigo
object
attack.
processed. Credits deposited.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of
Salvage
people have
deposit
problems with
accepted.
gluten these days.
Credits transferred.
And also, anytime I tell someone that I'm allergic to dairy, they go, "Oh, well, just take lactose pills." Like, did I say intolerant? I did not say intolerant. Why is it? Everyone assumes that I don't know that if somebody says they're allergic to something, they know the difference between intolerance and allergy. I mean, I shouldn't get annoyed by that, but I always do get annoyed when they just assume that I meant intolerant. Allergy. When I consume dairy, my immune system breaks out, starts attacking things. Typically, it attacks my my nervous system. I mean, like when I had chocolate chip cookies on stream, was it around Christmas, something like that? I suffered for it. I suffered from it before the stream was over. It was in a moderate amount of pain by the
1
time
minute left on the
they were
clock,
good
Cutter.
cookies, though.
1 minute.
They were good cookies. It was worth it. But I did suffer for it for a couple of days while the damage healed from the immune system attacking parts of my body. Let's see. It's all
Valuable
furnace.
object
That's
accepted for
processor.
processing.
Charge. See, chair on a swivel. These are the, I think, the standard chairs for the passengers. These would not necessarily require straps, although I could see a strap being like in the back here, like right there. Those little knob thingies, little nodules could be straps, so they pull out.
Salvage is secured. Applying.
The New Year's, the New Year's stream, I had margaritas. Might have done both. And no armrests, let alone strap. Like I said, I think that those little nodules there could have been, you could pull the straps out. So those might actually be straps. But those chairs could also be set up to automate, spinning around. Like as soon as you apply counter thrust, there's no reason why, with the technology, that the chairs couldn't just automatically go. We see that in TV shows and movies that get things right.
Good
The
morning,
Expanse
Cutter 9346-52.
being a perfect example of a great TV show that gets a lot of the space travel correct. From what I remember, like all of their Velcro chairs. Figure your outfit would have to be all Velcro in the back, and just kind of that might work. I think all the chairs in the Expanse swivel. Literally, they're all meant to spin around based on the thrust of the yeah. I think they also had like pressure straps to counter high G loads. Keep blood up in your brain. I think they even addressed that. The Expanse is really good. Oh no, lost the door console. Oh, there was a console on that little piece of the furnace bit. Yeah. Anyone who's interested in space shows, The Expanse is very good. I don't know if they've released a season since, I don't have Prime anymore, so I might be a season behind on The Expanse. But that show always delivered. Good storytelling, good character development, good attention to detail on space-related stuff. Furnace, and then we have some processor in here. Great world building. They really did a good job of fleshing out the different factions.
Valuable
Good
object
effects.
accepted for processing.
They've taken the time. They just overall good TV. All right. Get tension here. I think we can finish this ship on this. Oh, so earlier the question was about this reactor on the strategy for dealing with this reactor on the salvage runner, which is why we're doing this one. And I said I didn't think it had a different configuration, but
Credits deposited.
It does. I think it was Gavin that asked about it. I have to go back up and chat. And they were correct. It is. We do have an alternate strategy for this ship, which is that we cut this room off. I had forgotten
Salvage
that the
deposited.
pipe
Applying
goes around on
credit
this
to
one.
account.
I do think that our next Hardspace stream, whenever that is, we're going to do another. What was the first ship that we did? Trash Gazer. We got to redeem ourselves on the Trash Gazer. Another junk we get. No. I mean, no, because that's the distance between the room and the pipe. So
Material
no,
accepted.
definitely not.
Credits.
I mean, we
transferred.
could maybe like take this out, but we'd have to detach it, move it over, and then bring it down. And there's no way we're gonna do that. The clock is ticking. You want a straight shot to the barge. You don't want any
Salvage secured. Account credit.
any
applied.
shenanigans. That's why we tether and drag. Technically, we don't even need a tether, but we're just
Secured.
us being
Credits deposited.
extra cautious. Something goes wrong with like the grab, then the tether is going to help correct the course while we fix it. While respecting the threat. Yes, we don't have to do it, but take that little extra caution.
Salvage destroyed. Please pay attention.
Pay attention, lady. Tell me how to cut that without cutting it, then I'll do it.
Rewards allocated.
Oh, there's no way. Okay. I think we're gonna split it. We're gonna. Is that a fin? What in the world was that? Must have been one on that side too. That wasn't a fin. Like a little bar.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Anyone remember Star Trek with the bridges with sensor personnel and others who would actually stand up at the consoles? With plasma conduits running directly behind. I don't remember Star Trek bridges with plasma conduits running around them. I don't even think on the... That's close. I don't even think the bridge on the Enterprise, on the Enterprise from the series Enterprise had plasma conduits on the bridge. I really liked Enterprise, by the way, the series. I know that it's not typically a fan favorite of the franchise, but I really liked it. So there are definitely some constructive criticisms I can give about it. Overall, I enjoyed it.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Hey, you're talking about the people taking injuries on bridges when the inertia system didn't fully work. It does. It always seems weird when you're watching a show like that and the actors are doing the jostling around, even though they're supposed to be artificial gravity. It's almost as if it doesn't, as if the inertia system only counters one direction. Kind of funny.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Tell me you're not stuck somewhere along the way. Oh, maybe. One more cut we gotta do. I wanted to finish this ship. Yeah. Not feeling it. I don't think we've taken all the fuel out yet either. Let's do a quick once over of the interior. All things are moving. Furnace, you're not hiding anything
5
behind
minutes
you.
left, Cutter, okay?
Of fuses to take out over there. That wall panel right there that's missing is the one that took our door console with us. I think we're good on everything except for the fuses. If we can cut the ship up fast enough, we might be able to get this done. Still feel like it's a spaceship when we're flying it around. I still have no idea what movie or series I saw that had the flying black triangle as a spaceship. But
Applying credit.
I definitely associate it with something like that. We're gonna need to monitor that. I want to get it moving.
Tether supplies are dropping.
There are the inner walls. There. Like, I don't think if we divide here that will be light enough. Move. I cut this into 3 parts just to be fast. Cutting. Keep pressing the button until it stops cutting. was a satisfying cut. Hi, that actually made it.
Material accepted. Deposit
Yeah,
accepted
once in
for
destruction mode.
processing.
It kind of, yeah. You know, sometimes it feels liberating to just go ham with the split saw. Give yourself an excuse, you know? Break. I don't know why that's gonna break, 'cause it's really got a line. Oh, the whole ship is moving. Might be light enough. I'm gonna lose another feather unnecessarily.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
It's not gonna get in there in a minute.
Caution.
The last
No
tether.
tethers. Please refill supplies.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
1 minute left, Cutter. Start finishing things up. All right?
Favorite mattress. Back to shift to get the
Deposit
last
accepted.
bolt in. I didn't expect to be able to move this. I thought we were going to do another cut. Still might, just because of clothes being pulled. Space Janitor on duty. Yeah, definitely Space Janitor. We don't leave anything floating. I imagine on our days off, other cutters might use the bay. Don't want to leave them junk. If you're big Star Trek fans,
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
the reason that I don't
Lynx
stream
would
on
like to share the
Wednesdays
following message. The only piece
because
permitted
I'm
in
watching
the salvage
a
yard
Star
are
Trek
profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
based live stream. Content creator named Steve Shives is a huge Star Trek, I would say nerd, big Star Trek fan, but he does lots of, he does lots of videos that talks about just Star Trek in general, and so he's talked a lot about the actors and actresses that have gone over the multiple series. I've gotten to the point to where I don't need to keep track of it because he's so good at keeping track of that kind of stuff. The reason I don't stream on Wednesdays is because he streams on Wednesdays and watch along. We're watching through Deep Space Nine, one episode every couple of weeks. He has a co-host that every other week they switch between his choice and her choice, and of course his choice is always Space Nine.
Warning.
Unfortunately, due to
Fuel
my
levels are low.
current work
Fuel
schedule,
supplies are
I'm
available
working
for
every other
purchase
Wednesday.
at the Master Jack.
So I missing. Fortunately, the Wednesdays I'm off are the Wednesdays that they're doing the watch along for actual Deep Space Nine, so I'm still catching those episodes. But the other show that they're watching, I miss now because I'm busy working. Yeah, Shive does other stuff too. But I think I'd say first and foremost he's a Star Trek guy. He's also a big Batman guy. So our views on Star Trek almost perfectly overlap. Our views on Batman do not. Not even close. His content's still great. Talks about Batman-related stuff, but I'm a big fan of Batman Beyond, the Terry McGinnis Batman. Huge Terry McGinnis fan. I love that character. I think they did a great job with Terry McGinnis. For those who are not familiar with Batman Beyond, it's Batman in the future. Basically, it's the what if story, or or I'd say what if, but what happens post Batman. It's Gotham City when Bruce Wayne is too old to be Batman. He's still alive, but he's too old to be Batman. And Terry McGinnis is
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Replacement. And the character is great. I love the development of the character. The storylines are good. I like seeing future Gotham. Batgirl, Barbara Gordon has replaced Jim Gordon as commissioner. So she's not. It's one of those kind of liberal takes on which timeline played out, because she obviously never became the Oracle. Barbara Gordon is Batgirl, and in some of the Batman lines, Batgirl gets paralyzed and becomes Oracle, so she's no longer Batgirl, and she's wheelchair bound. This version of Barbara Gordon did not. That never happened to her, so she's still ambulatory. So she's now the replacement for her father, working as the commissioner. And it's great to see, who she became. I love those kinds of storylines, of what happened to the characters we're so familiar with in the future. Especially with things like superhero stories, they're timeless, right? If they're still, when they still produce Batman stories, those characters have never aged. You can watch, they can exist for 40, 50 years, and it's still the same character as they began. The characters never age. And so it's kind of neat to see them actually age. Work is reduced as to VOD goblins. Yeah, I don't tend to. There are very few streams that I will watch if I'm not watching them live. I am very appreciative that some people watch the replays of my videos. Basically, the only VODs I watch are League of Legends streams. 'cause I can't always catch the live streams of them. But those are streams that I wouldn't be interacting with anyway, so that doesn't feel like a big deal. You please, I really don't want to have to cut this up. So I don't tend to watch most. If I miss them, so I don't tend to rewatch. There are some forts, or the game forts. Sometimes I'll catch a replay VOD of those. I can skip ahead to the next game. I guess esports are the only VODs I watch. I don't really consider that. I play League of Legends, though I don't play it ranked. Sports I don't really play. I own it. I've played it. It's a fun game, but it's really a game that if you're not active in, you're just a target. That's all you are. And I just don't have it in me to become remotely competitive in that game. It doesn't interest me enough to get to that point. But it's fun to watch the Pro League for it to play. Especially the organized team. League of Legends, I play a fair amount of League of Legends. So normally I play alternate modes. Well, I could speed this up, but it's our last ship for the night. And we're sitting around chatting, so more or less, I'm just letting it roll while we chat about stuff. Yeah, Crowley, you mostly prefer VODs yourself because you're impatient and you get through several hours of footage. Yeah, like I said, it's, the VODs that I watch tend to be esports VODs, and I can skip ahead to like the beginning of the next match. I don't tend to skip through the matches. Okay, I'll watch the whole matches out. And I didn't realize that League of Legends Spring, what do they call it, Spring Slam or whatever they call it, had started apparently a few weeks ago. So I have several weeks worth of League of Legends best of 3 matches to watch through. And it's a great thing to put on this, like the second monitor while I'm doing some other things. Kind of watch what's going on. I'll do other things. But like the Star Trek watch along that I do, no, Crowley, I encourage the chatting. That's my point was that, like, as soon as this ship goes in, we're done with the stream. So it's giving me reason to let the ship just slow boat its way in because it gives us more time to chat. Chat will never bother me. That's we want chat. We want more chat.
5 minutes left in this ship.
I'm a content creator. Of course I want chat. That is a good thing. This is getting dangerous for me to put more tethers in because I have to get in close enough to get the angle. Let's say like the watch along for Deep Space Nine. I would not rewatch the VOD for that because the whole point is that it's a watch along. It's meant for the audience to be chatting during the viewing about the show that we're watching. And Deep Space Nine is my favorite Star Trek. I've watched through all of Deep Space Nine so many times. and I never get tired of rewatching it. And so getting to rewatch it with a bunch of other people who enjoy the show really appeals to me. So that's why I never stream on Wednesdays, is because that stream happens at the exact time that I would be streaming. Otherwise, I would probably stream every Wednesday and Saturday. That would be my regular schedule. Yeah, exactly. It's a kind of an active participation during film. Like, you know, you can't, like, the watch along isn't on screen, right? They can't stream the show because that's a copyright violation. So everyone who's watching we're all watching our own copies.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical. Return to the master jack.
But we should, you know, there's a timer on the screen. We should all be more or less synced up and seeing the same thing at the same time. But it's definitely it's an audience participation for the whole point. Yeah, hanging out, talking about the show, talking about what are topics that come up, because, you know, people who all like watching the same show tend to have similar interests. So, you know, the same goes for our chat, right? You know, someone brought up, you know, some anime stuff, and other people in chat were equally interested in it, and that's fantastic.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels.
Yeah, we are cutting it close. I don't want to have to come back. Watch it lodge in there and get stuck. Or we'll lighten it up a little bit. Yeah, I'm losing confidence that we're gonna get this in this
Raw
shift.
material processed. Credits deposited.
I mean, it's in the gravity well. Like, as soon as it starts to hit the line, it'll take off, because it'll get lighter and lighter as the material starts getting destroyed. Yeah, right. Yeah, find out next episode where we end the stream right here, and then come back next stream.
Not much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
Babylon 5, I haven't gotten around to watching. I mean, to my shame, that's a show that I would be interested in. There was another space-based sci-fi that I can't think of at the moment that I know that I've missed, that I need to watch through. And I've mentioned before, Battlestar Galactica was a phenomenally good space-based TV show that I highly recommend. But it's one of those. It's a show that I've never rewatched. And the reason I've never rewatched is because there is so much you learn during it, that so much of it is the discovery. It's like we're going into another shift. The entire shift was just dragging that thing across the yard. We only made 23,000. Vorgons? See, Vorgon sounds like a Doctor Who alien. Zygons, that's what I'm thinking of. The Zygons are a Doctor Who. It wasn't Babylon 5 the show that
Good
had
morning, Shipbreaker. Your theta wave levels are high.
Claudia
Please
Black
administer 2 caffeine
and
pods before starting your shift.
I remember the other guy that the two actors that ended up on Stargate SG-1 in the late seasons. It was Claudia Black who played Vala Maldoran, and then the other guy who played Cameron Mitchell. And I believe they were both main actors in a other sci-fi series. I was thinking Babylon 5 was that series. I thoroughly enjoyed both of them, and I know that whatever show they were in must have been pretty good. Farscape? Okay. That's Farscape, that's another one I missed.
Material accepted.
Both were lead actors, you're right. Yeah, I knew that they had acted together in another show. And they both were good, you know, real good in Stargate. And in fact, I think that they saved Stargate. You know, because Stargate was at that point of
Material deposited.
yeah, Cameron Mitchell is the other character. Stargate obviously was a phenomenally good series, but it was it was at the point to where it either needed new blood or it needed to cut it off and end on a high note, and they took a chance on bringing Cameron Mitchell in, and then not long after Vala, and both of them turned out to be phenomenally good characters. You know, a lot of it had to do with the actor and actress for portraying them. I don't think it's moving.
Raw material
There we
deposited.
go. A little bit getting in there. It should lighten up. We should feel cursor over it and see it get lighter as it goes. You know, it was the opposite of what happened to Scrubs. I think we mentioned this on a previous stream that I think it's moving. I think it's stuck. Scrubs did a fantastic job of essentially ending the series after eight very, very good seasons. And then they got picked up for a 9th season and was like, well, we've already tied up all of our storylines. And there was one more season. That one more season was, we could have done without it. Really, really could have done without it. And there was a fantastic interview with John C. McGinley, which the actor who played Dr. Cox, for anyone who has watched Scrubs. And he talks about how when the 9th season came around, the only way they knew going into the 9th season that they had to bring in a bunch of new characters, and that the only way that the show was going to survive was if one or two of those characters were just so breakout awesome that they could revive the series. It just didn't happen. The series all the characters were meh, and it wasn't enough to save the series. So that it's a case study for the opposite of what happened for Stargate, which was Stargate took that same gamble and didn't end when they probably should have, but the people they introduced were so good that they did essentially revive the series and successfully. Okay, what is holding this up? All right, that's clearly not on the side now. Cancel tethers. It wants me to fly in and investigate. That's what it wants me to do. It's trying to trick me into coming in. I'm not taking the bait. And at this point, there's no way I'm cutting this up. We're getting this thing in there. You know, the press is usually so hungry. It is not moving.
Raw material deposited.
Oh,
Transferring credits.
It's gotta be moving. Getting credits. Trying to keep my cursor on it so I can see the weight reducing. It's clearly not moving. Our cursor's on the spot. We can see that it's not changing, but we're getting credits. It's moving ever so slightly. It's gonna turn into a 10-hour stream of us trying to get this chunk in there. Yeah, it said the sources said that the Richard Dean Anderson had to be seriously persuaded to continue SG-1. Yeah, he was done. He was done with the series. He was ready to move on.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
There we go. You know, which is why his character got transitioned into a background role when he became General O'Neill, and then he phased him out entirely to where he just turned into a cameo in one of the late episodes, where they basically teased the entire episode that you know that there might be a cameo, and that you don't. They convince you that the cameo is not going to happen, and then he shows up at the last minute. I don't remember what the episode was, but I remember that like Richard Dean Anderson even hammed it up that, you know, oh, by the way, I'm here, hi. And it was great to see him again. I think he was just tired of doing it. I mean, you know, a show that runs that long, it becomes a life commitment. I mean, you know, I've had jobs that have lasted longer than that, but there's a difference, you know, where you have a normal job for, say you work for the same company for 10 years. You're on a work-life schedule where you know, go home and just live while you're doing it, whereas you're you know, on a shooting schedule for like 7 years. You have to be on location, and usually actors don't live near wherever the shooting is. After a certain amount of time, that's got to take its toll on, you know, look, I just want to go live a life. I don't want to live around, I have to live around, you know, traveling back and forth. You know, and probably spending months in hotels or whatever, be near the show. So it's understandable that, you know, even if you're part of a successful franchise, that you might want to be ready to move on with your life. So right, so Cry's saying that he was away home from a young son. So yeah, things like that, right, come up. They try to live their, try to engage in a normal life, and you can't. 99.2%. Lately, I've been rewatching my way through Andromeda, which was a fun sci-fi. It's one that you really can't take too seriously.
Hello, Shipbreaker. This is your morning wake-up call.
But that's been my sci-fi, you know, off on the air screen thing that I've been kind of going through. You know, every now and then I rewatch certain series. It had been a while since I'd watched through Andromeda. I seem to remember the last season of Andromeda being rather weak, though, so not sure whether or not I'll make it through the whole thing. It was the same way with Star Trek Enterprise series. The Star Trek Enterprise, so I mentioned earlier, I really liked that series. But I like the world around the series more than I like the stories of the series. Like, I enjoyed the actors, I enjoyed the characters. But Star Trek Enterprise had some bad storytelling because they wrote themselves into a corner. They basically had an overplot that took 2 seasons to go through. The whole forgetting the name of the, it's trying to tip my tongue. But there's the threat to Earth, right? And they had to go to the faraway area, and the Zindi is what it was, and find the Zindi, and they tried to do development of that area, kind of like how Deep Space Nine developed the Gamma Quadrant, but they locked Enterprise into the area for such a long time that it dragged on, and the overplot was so pervasive that they couldn't do very many standalone episodes. So they kind of wrote themselves into a corner. That story arc should have lasted 1 season, and that should have been it. And it is they tied themselves too much to that storyline, and unfortunately, I think it did a disservice to the series. Oh yeah, the decontamination room in the Enterprise. Oh yeah, it was purely there so that they could put Yoshi or what was the Vulcan's name? T'Pol. Yeah, the decontamination chamber was definitely so they could put T'Pol and Yoshi in as little clothing as possible and have someone oil them up. There was no shame. There was no shame about the purpose of that room. It was, we're the hottest women that we can put in there in the least amount of clothing, and put mood lighting on them and rub them down in oil. That's exactly what that room was. I don't think there was any pretense that room served any other purpose other than that. It was all eye candy. And you know what? I appreciate the statement that it doesn't make any sense. But they were pretty women, and I didn't mind those scenes. Famous gym scene in Star Trek Next Generation with Troy and the Doctor. I don't remember that one. You talk about Beverly Crusher. I don't remember a scene between Troy and Crusher. It's been a very long time since I watched back through Next Generation. I mean, I really enjoyed the series, but DS9 just blew it out of the water for me. I don't know that I can ever be so happy with Star Trek as I was with Deep Space Nine. I don't think they'll ever reproduce that. Like, I remember when Deep Space Nine came out, and I rolled my eyes at it. So I'm like, Star Trek is all about exploration and the non-episodic aspects of it, which I'm great with continual storyline because I'm watch shows consecutively, so I don't need to be able to drop in at random points and not have seen the stuff before. So I don't have a problem with that, but that was the structure of Star Trek, was that it was always a 1 or 2 part encapsulated story, and that was one of its strengths, was that it can always tell whatever story it wants to, because of the fact that they're jumping around, they're driving all over, they're flying all over the universe, and they have that freedom to just tell whatever story they want to. And so when Deep Space Nine was proposed, that this is going to be based around space station, I thought, how can they do that in Star Trek? Because they're tying themselves to one location, But man, they just knocked out of the park such depth in the world building and the character development that it worked. It worked, and it worked beautifully. And so I remember watching it, being very skeptical and just growing on it and going, I really like this show. I couldn't see a new series usurping Next Generation, and it did. And of course, they brought Worf over, which was awesome. You talk about what it took for them to convince Richard Dean Anderson to come back to Stargate. They had to pay Michael Dorn a lot of money to get him to come across to Deep Space Nine, because Michael Dorn, one of the things he gave up to be an actor in Star Trek is his ability to pilot. Michael Dorn is a pilot, and he would fly, small aircraft like Cessnas and whatnot. And when he became an actor on Next Generation, the insurance companies said that he's not allowed to fly. They would not insure the show as long as one of their lead characters was piloting an airplane. And so for the entire Next Generation series, Michael Dorn was not allowed to pilot an airplane. He had to give up that passion. And his being liberated from, him being able to leave when Next Generation was wrapping up, he was to be able to go back to doing one of his passions. And they convinced him to flip over to Deep Space Nine, which I think he joined like season 3. So that was like another 4 years that he wasn't able to fly. They paid him well. Yeah, any excuse for more O'Brien. Yeah, so O'Brien coming across to Deep Space Nine was a big boon for that character, because Miles O'Brien got very little airtime on Next Generation. It was really good that he came over. But Dorn already had, Worf already was a main character. You do what Babylon 5 did, have a showrunner who's trained in theater and who therefore is used to doing a lot with very little. Yeah, you're talking about. So, Liquid, you were talking about a crazy. The set was crazy. You're talking about Deep Space Nine. You want to talk about a large set? We were talking about Scrubs. Scrubs was a large set. They took over an entire hospital. There was a Scrubs podcast. In fact, it's still out there. But Zach, last name, I wouldn't say Zach Braff, but I think Zach Braff is the character from show Futurama. But Zach and Donald, which were JD and Turk, have a podcast, and they talked about how in Scrubs, literally the entire set is built within the hospital. So any alternate locations that you see in Scrubs takes place in a hospital. So like the bar scene, the bar is built in the hospital. The apartments for Dr. Cox and JD and Turk, those are all sets that are built inside the hospital. Here, the DS9 was the largest set of its kind at the time, possibly. I know that in Firefly, if you ever watched Firefly or the movie Serenity, Firefly, the ship, the entire ship exists. It's broken in half. It's two halves, but the entire, not just like individual sets. They built the entire Firefly, and filming took place inside the actual ship. So I know that was a big set. Largest underwater set was in Pinewood Studios. What show was the underwater set for? For James Bond? Yeah, I haven't really followed the James Bond movies. No particular reason I haven't. I just haven't. Which is funny because I watched so many of the spoofs and other, like I love the Austin Powers series. Yeah, you much prefer the real sets as opposed to CGI. Oh, yeah, I mean the real sets are always better. Definitely. You can tell when a franchise leans far too heavily on CG. And we were talking about Andromeda earlier. The entire series is, it was early CGI. It had so much of the CGI is rehashed throughout the entire series. For several seasons, you see the same, like 10-second clip over and over again. No matter what the setting is, no matter what, if it makes any sense or not, they're replaying that same clip of the Andromeda coming out of a slipstream, or the same generic enemy fleet, just going from one side of the screen to the other. It's the exact same thing over and over and over again throughout the entire series. They cut their budget as much as possible. I mean, I'm not mad, right? They the series probably didn't have a huge budget to begin with. It was Andromeda was a Gene Roddenberry creation, but it was basically in there. He was died before it came out. Basically, it was he had written some stuff about Andromeda as a story he was starting to tell, but he never flushed it out to be a series. And I think his wife discovered some of the writings and then got it turned into a show. So it is a Gene Roddenberry brainchild, but it isn't. It didn't have Gene Roddenberry behind it, so it didn't have Star Trek money. So it doesn't surprise me that this CD is expensive. Latter seasons of Andromeda had a female character that was purely there for the looks. What you're talking about? Andromeda had the same cast throughout the entire thing. Now there were some change-ups, like Transgemini, the purple alien with a tail. She lost her tail and turned gold, and she lost her tail because it was impractical. She talked about it in an interview. Like, just, it was always in the way and there was no control over it, so they wrote it out, basically, so they could stop attaching it to her, because it was always a pain to deal with. Doyle? I don't remember a character named Doyle. That might be, like I said, the last season of Andromeda was terrible. My vague recollection of the last season of Andromeda, it took place, like, not even on the ship. Like, they're stranded in some alternate place. Yeah, I mostly blocked out the last. I remember it not being good. They jumped the shark. Andromeda was definitely a series that would have benefited from ending one season earlier. Was Earth Final Conflict also Gene Roddenberry project? No. Never watched it. You know that Gene Roddenberry's wife plays a character in Star Trek and Deep Space Nine, right? He's a recurring character. One that is not beloved by fans. Bit of trivia, if anyone knows what character is she might have been the character, the voice of the computer, but she plays an actual flesh and blood character. Roddenberry's wife is a physical person in Star Trek and Deep Space Nine, but is a character that crossed over. Yes, it's Troy's mother, by Waxana Troy. The very irritating Waxana Troy. That's Gene Roddenberry's wife. So like it's some weird first name, Marjorie, some version of Marjorie. Can't think of what her an uncommon first name. Someone can look it up, but when I was watching it, I had no idea that it was wife. And her serpent horn. Palms, my cat. Yeah, she sexually harasses everybody. She's a problematic character. At best, she's a problematic character. She also sexually harasses Odo. Space Nine. I mean, we see there are some good redeeming scenes with her. Space Nine, in my opinion, but more or less, she's just annoying, and definitely problematic under most cases. There were some really good scenes with her, but they are the exception. I didn't mind her character in general, but yeah, she seduces us at Pringism. Yeah, she's just overplayed. She is overplayed as a sexual predator, basically, and it gets a little creepy. You know, it's like that becomes who she is. It's used too much. And so it becomes uncomfortable and is leaned on too much. It really does. Like if it was just one time, like you can understand her being attracted to like Picard, right? He's a strong man. He's disciplined, right? You know, she's, you know, Beta Zeds are empathetic, you know, they're empaths. So being around someone who has such control of their emotion is, you know, evenly keeled. I appreciate her coming on to Picard. That is overplayed too many times. And it really she just becomes a nuisance. Like even when she's not doing that, she's just always the troublemaker. Like they have there's an episode where she's undermining Worf's authority with Alexander. You know, teaching Alexander to resist authority and argue with his father, which is a dangerous thing to be doing with a Klingon. Like an upstart Klingon is likely to get himself murdered, and she just doesn't care. She doesn't care. Yeah, exactly. She's playing with him in a mud bath. You know, that's fine, but it's the advice that she's giving him. Is, you know, don't take adults seriously and be whoever you want to be. Which, you know, once he's a grown adult and wants to make decisions for himself, it's fine. But a Klingon who might re-enter a Klingon society with that kind of opinion is going to get murdered, and there's not going to be any repercussion for it. And so it's just downright dangerous. The society he's part of, or he's going to be part of, highly values discipline. And so it does make her problematic, which is unfortunate. But, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Alexander, you can understand Alexander, the character, being conflicted because of his upbringing, right? You know, eventually he goes to live with humans. Yeah, was it Crusher's the Jar Jar Binks of TNG? Yeah. You know, the actor of Wesley Crusher, Will Wheaton, has apologized for Wesley Crusher. He has apologized for his character. Will Wheaton turned out to be a pretty good guy. I mean, it was very hard for me to get over the damage he did to Next Generation, and separate the actor from the character. But yeah, he's turned out to be a pretty good dude. And so I've learned to look past the fact that he was Wesley Crusher. And he has taken it in stride. Yeah, the problem with Wesley Crusher wasn't just that he was annoying. It was that so my problem with Wesley Crusher is the same problem that I have with Robin in Batman and Robin in most series, which was that the character only existed in order to create and solve problems in spite of the superiors around him who otherwise would be able to solve them on their own. Right, almost every episode that Wesley Crusher's in, Wesley Crusher saves the Enterprise or saves hard. And he will do so in the face of people who are much smarter than him, who suddenly are no longer able to, they lose their faculty. Suddenly they are no longer able to rise to the occasion. And that's very annoying. You can be a smart kid without his presence always requiring the Enterprise to become mortal danger, and he has to be the one to save it. And it's just very annoying. And that's the same problem I have with Robin in most of the time when we see Robin in Batman series. Is that Batman always gets himself out of scrapes just fine until Robin's around. And then suddenly Batman has to get himself into a situation where Robin has to save him. Like, I don't mind if Batman fails at something and then barely gets away. It's that situations that he would have gotten out on his own become inescapable because Robin's around, and they need to give Robin a chance to shine. And that's why I can't stand Robin in most of the things. I was talking earlier about when I watch Steve Shives, who's again a really great guy and produces great videos. As much as we agree on all of our Star Trek stuff, we really disagree on our Batman stuff. My favorite Robin is Damian, and he cannot stand Damian. And for anyone who's not familiar with, Damian is the last Robin. He's literally Bruce Wayne's son. The son of Talia. And I love that Robin because while he's extremely capable, you see character growth, you see character conflict in him. He's not just a mindless follower of Batman. He is his own character, and he conflicted, and you see the conflict in his actions. He doesn't just blindly follow orders, and he makes mistakes that Batman has to clean up. He's not just there saving Batman all the time, which is the way it would be, right? He's the apprentice. Batman is as good as he is. The apprentice should be the one who's getting himself in scrapes that Batman has to save him from. And all the other Robins tend to weaken Batman as opposed to strengthen him. They don't seem like partners. They seem like liabilities. Yeah, like was saying, that Damian is one of the most practical characters in Batman. Yeah, I feel like all motivations that we see out of Damian make sense. Exactly, Karate. The Robins are solutions looking for a problem. That's what the other ones are. That's why I can't stand them. They should be partners who augment Batman. They shouldn't be crutches. They can get themselves in trouble. And that's where Batman has to, because he's the mentor. He's the one who shouldn't be making those mistakes. They should be the ones making the mistakes. And it tends to be the other way around. It's like they're around, and then suddenly it's almost as if Batman goes, "Oh well, I have a safety net. I have Robin with me. I have a safety net, so I'm going to do something really stupid because I have someone here to save me." Like, no, that's not the Batman that we know. And I don't want it to sound like I take things too seriously, and it's just I don't like that from. It's a storytelling aspect of it. It doesn't have to be Batman. It could be anyone. It's just that the sidekick shouldn't make whoever they're a sidekick to weaker. for the sake of giving the sidekick something to do. Right? They are sacrificing they're sacrificing the main character to give the secondary character something to do, whereas they could give the character something else to do and still give character growth. I mean, you're saying Batman's a lot of things, but not practical. I mean, sure, he's leaving insane villains behind, but I mean, the whole point is that Batman won't murder. He's trying to trust the system. I agree that there's a double standard there, because he doesn't trust the system to catch the bad guys in the first place, but yet he trusts the system to process them. You know, if we wanted to take that a little further, you would think that Batman would have his own prison. Like, he would catch the Joker, and the Joker would never be seen again. Because he would be running his own private prison somewhere. Which does seem like that would be more in line with Batman's ideology. No, I fully back that. Yeah, it does seem like a story loophole in order to not have to make a new monster every week. You know, if the same prisoners keep getting free, then they can keep developing those characters. If the prisoners always disappeared, if the villains don't disappear, you know, there's a one-shot deal, then they'd always have to be coming up with new villains. So I think that's an indulgence for storytelling. By the way, I see that our viewer count has gone up a little bit. Welcome to the stream. We are in freeform chatting. We have more or less stopped working on Hardspace at this point. We're done with ships. This is freeform chat session. So if you've come to watch ships being dismantled, I apologize that all you're seeing is me staring at a camera talking to chat. But we are done with at least with dismantling ships, although we could have done another ship by now. Just want to put that out there for anyone who's joined and wondered why it is that we're sitting here in the hab doing nothing, having good lively discussions. Yeah, a proper holding facility so the problem doesn't continue to come back. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you would think that Batman would ship the criminals off to Gitmo or something like that. You know, a lot of the way they get around that aspect is by telling independent stories. You know, like a lot of the DC animated movies that are Batman focused. They're not really attached to each other, so you get away with, you know, reintroducing the villains without them always escaping, and in some cases they die. Or, you know, a lot of times he'll not actually catch the bad guy. You know, well, the assumption that the Joker has died. He definitely didn't survive that thing. You know, like I can think of what movie was it? It wasn't Batman versus Robin. It was, I think, Under the Red Hood. The Batman movie Under the Red Hood is an example of where the villain clearly must have died, but we don't see the body, and therefore they can plausible deniability write him into another story. And there was a 3-part crossover in the Superman animated series where Batman goes to Metropolis, where the Joker clearly dies, but no body. You know, he's not captured, no body. In fact, it's the scene is the Joker in an airplane that's going that's exploding and heading to the ocean, and Batman rescues Harley Quinn and leaps out of the airplane and parachutes, and he's holding her in his arms, and you see the airplane crash and explode into the ocean, and Harley exclaims, "My pudding!" And Batman replies, "Yep, probably is now." he's basically stating that the Joker is pate. He's been turned into pudding. Wonderfully heartless statement from Batman. One of my favorite lines. Yeah, the Joker saves Batman because he thinks it's too much fun. So it depends on the version of the Joker you're you know, what movie and which, I guess, what episode, because some of the ways the Joker is written, some of my favorite ways that he's portrayed is that his mania is directly tied to the Batman. That they are two sides of one coin. And so there can't be a Joker without a Batman. In Joker's mind. Which is why he never successfully actually kills Batman. He's so obsessed with Batman as kind of his other half that he wouldn't know how to move on if within that mania it makes sense for the Joker to maybe save Batman if he truly thinks that Batman is not going to get out of a thing. Like he's always trying to kill the Batman, but he's perfectly content with the Batman somehow surviving. Well, Batman is Joker's nemesis. That he needs to stay interested. Well, I mean, from a storytelling standpoint, obviously there is, but the Joker actually psychotic. He has that obsession. You know, it's the whole "you complete me" thing. I don't think that the Joker can. I think that the Joker, in most cases, and when written that way, is afraid of there not being a Batman to be against, because if he were to succeed in any of his attempts to kill, he wouldn't know what to do with his life anymore. Yeah, Harley devises this perfect trap and captures Batman, and when renders him defenseless, and when she shows him to the Joker freaks out. Well, yeah, so absolute one thing that is definitely a common thread through the various versions of the Joker is that part of his mania is that if anyone kills the Batman, it has to be him. He has to succeed in overcoming the Batman. He can't just be the one. He can't just be the executioner. He has to be the one to trap Batman in his diabolical schemes and succeed in killing him. if someone else succeeds in doing it, then they were better than him. And that is also in line with my favorite Batman villain, which is actually Enigma, Riddler. I've seen the Riddler done very poorly, which is why he's kind of a B-list villain. But of all of the villains in the Batman universe, I feel like the Riddler makes the most sense. The best way I've seen Riddler trade or explained in media is that, you know, the Riddler believes himself to be the smartest man alive. I don't know about the Jim Carrey Riddler. I can't give an opinion on the Jim Carrey Riddler because the movie was so terrible that I can't separate him from the movie. And I can't rewatch the movie to form an opinion on it because it was so bad. I can't subject myself to it. The Tim Burton Batman was the best. The Michael Keaton Batman Michael Keaton's my Batman. Obviously the Conroy Batman, which is the animated series Batman, is kind of the defining Batman for modern Batman, and he helped bring Batman into modern age. But I mean, I think it's fair to separate live action versus animated. Conroy is the best animated Batman, and the best live action Batman is Keaton. But anyway, the Riddler's mania makes more sense to me than any of the other Batman villains, because most of the Batman villains are just villains to be villains. I mean, you have easy ones like the Penguin. Penguin is a mafia boss, so he's perfectly believable because that's all he is. He's a mafia boss with a weird shtick, you know. But his motivations are simple. He's just greed. He's not crazy. He's not one of those weird villains. But we think of, and so I don't think of him as a supervillain. The Mud Guy is Clayface. I can't think of his character's name. Because Clayface was an actor who got turned into Clayface. If you've seen the new, I'm going to have to get back to the Riddler. I'm distracted. There's a series I think is still in production right now for Harley Quinn. And Clayface is in Harley Quinn. And it is the best Clayface I have ever seen. It's voice acted by Alan Tudyk. And it is amazing. It is the best Clayface ever. He makes this. I mean, the whole series is fun, but it is a standout character. And Alan Tudyk does he redefines the character so well. I can't recommend it enough. If you watch it for anything, watch it for Clayface, because he's embraced the you know, because Clayface is, I'm forgetting the character name, but you know, Clayface was originally an actor. And Tudyk has embraced the fact that he was an actor who now can look like anybody. And so he's now like this Shakespearean actor who can just do any role he wants. And he plays it to the hilt at every opportunity. He is in no way a villain. He is just this Shakespearean actor who can be anyone he wants and just way overacts. Just way overacts. And anytime they ask him to do something, he's like, but what's my motivation? And he'll show up at a crime scene, and he's supposed to be like like a security guard, you know, just to get them in the facility. And he'll show up with an entire background of the character devised. He knows his name, he knows his family, he knows the character's wife, he knows his motivation for becoming a security guard, he knows his facial tics. In Clayface, like, they're always like, look, all you have to do is stand there and replace the security guard and shut up. And he's just, he can't do it because he has to overact everything, and it is hilarious. And Tudyk just brings it so much life. He's taken Clayface from being a very B-list character into the mainstream. It's just spectacular. It's a brilliant acting to see. So if you like Clayface, you gotta check out the Harley Quinn series. Harley Quinn is acted by think of her name. The woman who played Penny from Big Bang Theory. She's Harley Quinn. You could tell, you could recognize the voice immediately. No, not Uma Thurman. And I think someone else famous plays Poison Ivy in it too. And I love the Poison Ivy. Really love the Poison Ivy from the Harley Quinn series. It's such a good show. I can't think of who acts her off the top of my head. Anyway, Riddler. Riddler's obsession explains his villainous ways. Yeah, you're right. Kaylee Kuko, right? Thank you. Kuoko. I've heard her pronounce her name. I can't think of how it's pronounced. Yeah, she's Harley Quinn. She does a very good job. But the Riddler's obsession has nothing to do with the Batman, and it also has nothing to do with killing people. His entire obsession is that he's the smartest man alive. And that's it. You know, he's got that egomania going on. And he's not only is he an egomaniac, he's eternally insecure in his brilliance. He has to prove that he's the smartest man. So that's what puts him up against the Batman. Is because Batman's the great detective, which is part of why I like the Riddler in the Batman universe, because it's not, you know, the origin of the Batman is that he's the greatest detective, not that he's the super martial arts kick everyone's butt person. And the Riddler plays towards the great detective origin of the Batman. But that's the reason that he's in conflict with Batman, right? Joker's in conflict with Batman because he's obsessed with Batman. Riddler has just conflicted himself with Batman because I'm the smartest guy alive, and I can prove that by beating what everyone else thinks is the smartest man alive. And so all the traps and all the riddles that the Riddler manufactures is entirely designed to defeat the intellect of the great detective. And if he ever defeats the great detective intellectually, then he has proven himself to be the smartest man alive. And that's his mania. And it's followed to its logical conclusion, which is the only way that he can be sure. Like, if he just did a riddle and the Batman didn't solve it, like, some trivial risk where if it's not solved, it doesn't mean anything. then it could be that the Batman didn't solve it because he had better things to do. And so the Riddler has to put lives at stake in order to make sure that the Batman is going to put his full resources towards solving the riddles. So the Riddler the fact that Riddler kills people or is willing to kill people has nothing to do with his interest in killing people. It has nothing to do with it. He doesn't hate people. He's not a mass murderer. He doesn't take pleasure in killing people. You know, unlike the Joker, whoever's in his way will get murdered. He doesn't care. The death of people in regards to the Riddler is a side effect of his need to make to make sure that the Batman takes him seriously enough to put his full faculties against his wit. And it's a battle of wits. It's purely a battle of wits. And so the mania is understandable. And everything that he goes through, all the crazy shenanigans he goes through to make up these elaborate riddles that seem to have no gain for him, make sense because there's an understandable mania behind it. And that's why I like the Riddler. That's why he's my favorite villain. Because his villainy doesn't seem whimsical. It's extreme, and he's obviously really psychotic, but at least I can understand it. He's not just a villain for the sake of being a villain. And I feel like the character gets wildly underutilized. He is a B-list villain, unfortunately. You know, he's too much in the shadow of the Joker. And most of the time when they use him, it's a throwaway character. Which is unfortunate as far as I'm concerned. But I'm always happy to see him. The Arkham series, the PC games, do a really good job with the Riddler. Of kind of portraying his mania. And he tends to be side quests. It's usually go find these things, you know, that the Riddler is hidden. So he's always a side quest thing because the Joker tends to be the primary bad guy in the games. But they do a pretty good job of portraying his motivation in the cutscenes and the way he talks and interacts with the Batman. And how frustrated he gets whenever the Batman solves one of his riddles. Because, you know, it bleeds through that he thought this time he had outsmarted the Batman. But getting heading to bed there, like, yeah, I mean, we're way past the time. I was planning on wrapping this up anyway. So I think it's probably a good time to call it. You know, it's been great conversations, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it, and I'm glad to have you guys along. And we can resume these on this weekend. So again, this weekend we're going to wrap up. The plan is to wrap up Tortuga. We will be streaming Tortuga. It's just, you know, last stream I thought we were going to wrap it up, and there appeared to be much more to the campaign than I expected. But I assume that we will complete it next session anyway. Also, tell me if this starts to hum. My transmitter was just about to die on us. I just looked over and it was giving me the warning light. I've plugged it into power, but I've plugged it into a different power source right now, so it may or may not be humming like it does with the other power source. Yeah, I'm not hearing the hum out of that. That's good. More shanties. So it's funny you say that because I discovered a shirt that I forgot I had, which I will be wearing. That's very appropriate for Tortuga and related to shanties. So there will be a shirt you guys have not seen for this weekend that's already planned out. Crackling sound? Is it still crackling? Hopefully it was only while I was plugging this in then. But yeah, we will finish up Tortuga this weekend. I don't know how long that's going to take. It might not be a full stream length, so I'm going to try to have a plan B in case Tortuga wraps up suddenly. You know, it could be that we do the next part of the. I say it could be the next part of the quest. The next part of the quest for Tortuga is going to require us to raise our reputation with the Netherlands from -5 to +2. So that's going to take some time. Yeah. Oh, this is an old shirt. Don't have a cow. I don't even know what it says. Why you little? Yeah, it says why you little. Huh. Oh, I know you can't always see the whole shirt because the camera isn't facing downwards. Oh, but I'm gonna try to have a plan B for this weekend's stream. It might take us the whole time to raise our reputation, and depending on what the other stuff is. But if the stream turns out to be short, I might load up something else, so it might not just be a Tortuga stream. I've been itching to do a little bit of FTL streaming, so maybe if it's short enough, we might do an FTL, a hard mode FTL run, or not. I don't know. We'll see. But I'll try to have the plan B. In case it turns out to be too short of a stream. We'll see how things go. But I'll post when I know, Saturday or Sunday. Yeah. I want to do a hard mode FTL, a live hard mode FTL with my favorite ship, the Shrike. I was playing it the other day and I got cheated out of a victory on hard mode. I was in the third phase of the final fight, and I literally had to land one shot, one shot to win, and I missed 100% of my shots. The ship dodged 100% of my shots, and I lost what should have been a victory. I had flak. And I had a triple shot burst cannon. So I'm firing 6 shots at a time. The flak always hits 3. So the flak always hits 3 shots on the shields, leaving 1 shield left. And I needed 1 single of the triple shot to land because I had fire beam waiting. And 1 shot in the fire beam wins the game. And I could not land a single shot the entire time. Strike for the win. Yeah. Crystal all the way. Yeah, there is a good crystal ship, but I don't tend to play them. Yeah, it's the Shrike is the Lannis, the Lannis B ship. We'll go over that if we do it. If we don't, it's only if we have enough time. If not, I might do an FTL stream like next week during the midweek stream, which would be on probably Thursday. Yeah, there are crystal ships, but yeah, it's the Lannis ship. Yeah, it's a brokenly overpowered ship. It's so fun. But hard mode is brutally unfair as it is, so that's what it is. But anyway, we're gonna wrap it. Keep your eye out. You've clicked the bell or whatever it is that notifies you when I post. Expected this weekend. But don't forget to like on the way out. Thank you very, very much for coming and hanging out. And have a good night. I'll be off at work starting tomorrow, so I'll see you guys on this weekend for Tortuga. But have a good night.